So, and also you mentioned numbers, and it's not just an 11 to 11 proposition. Your 11 people have to fit in the positions that you need them to play.
No doubt, man. And that's what I always thought. That's not necessarily the case.
Oh, gee, it doesn't match up perfectly. It doesn't, but I'm enjoying the ride.
Right. Well, you know what? You're at home tonight. You're in the friendly confines of Ralph Holder Stadium. Unfortunately, you're going to probably see the best team you've seen all year with the Trimble Tomcats.
Yeah, and I won't say unfortunately because it's another opportunity to get better. It's another opportunity to progress. And we are at home, and we're going to have an orange out. So anyone coming to the game on behalf of Belpre, wear your orange. Don't be playing around. I may not let you in the stadium if you don't have your orange on tonight. But Trimble, man, listen, when it comes to Trimble, I love what they've built, and I love what they have. Because this is the crazy thing, and I'll say this, they may not have the best athletes in the Valley pound for pound, but they have one of the best programs. They have one of the best attitudes of the kids that are going to play. They have some of the best coaching and understanding. They have some of the best organization. They have some of the best support, right?
Yep.
And those are the things that makes for an incredible high school program. It's not having the best athletes. It's not even having the best and smartest coaches. It's not having the best stadium. It's about having all of those things and having all of that energy culminate in one direction that on every Friday it explodes in this maximum combustion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what Trimble has right now. There's a couple of teams in the Valley that have them, but Trimble's probably, one of the top.
Right, no doubt.
Crimson the Crimson.
Well, Jimmy, we wish you the best of luck, brother, and we're pulling for you, man.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. I appreciate the Valley.
You got it. Jimmy Bell, the head coach for the Golden Eagles, home tonight against Trimble. Now let's go back to the studios and Derek Jones.
Thanks there, guys. As up next here on the Zions High School Football Coaches Corner is a visit with Marietta Tigers head coach Jason Shobe. The Tigers jumped out to an early lead last week, but they weren't able to hang on as they fell to the Brook Bruins by the score of 30-21. Up next for the Tigers is possibly their toughest test yet as they hit the road to take on the Dover Tornadoes. Coming up next, Marietta head coach Jason Shobe will talk some Tigers football with Johnny Wharf, thanks to Smitty's Pizza.
Hey bro, have you ever looked online at the Smitty's Pizza menu?
I don't need to. I either get a sausage mushroom pizza or a pepperoni banana pepper.
Sure, for pizza, but what about subs and salads?
Dad gets the meatball sub and Mom gets the veggie.
But there's lasagna and grilled chicken salad and...
Listen, girl, I'm a second-generation Smitty guy. We know the menu.
What about dessert?
Homemade pie, cheesecake, ice cream cookies, milkshake, Ben & Jerry's by the pint.
Well, okay, but it's all online at Smitty'sPizzaOhio.com.
Or just ask any Smitty guy. Smitty's, it's good, man.
Johnny Wharf inside the coach's corner along with Jason Shobe, head coach of the Marietta High School Tigers. Coach, jump us back to last week, kind of walk us through the game and your thoughts.
Yeah, I think we got better from the week before. Brooks is a good ball club. They're 3-1. They're AAA school in West Virginia. I think they're 12th in the state right now. But we did some good things. The biggest thing we're struggling with right now is consistency. And we showed glimpses. We were in the game. We were up 14-0. It was a 21-21 game going in the fourth quarter, and they ended up pulling away at the end. It was 30-21, but saw some good things, and we just to get a little more consistent, I think.
Wear down maybe in that game? You talk about, getting better from week to week and maybe a little letdown?
I think it was a game of momentum. We got up 14-0, then we kicked the ball off, and they had a 60-yard return. They gained a little momentum, and that's sort of football is a game of momentum, but they went up 21-14, and our kids rallied back, and we had an 80-yard drive and punched in the end zone and made it 21-21, and then it was sort of back and forth. I don't think it's wearing down as much as just right close of the game.
Home.
ourselves and try to win every play. If something bad happens, forget about it. Don't worry about the score. The previous plays and get better every play. Give elite effort and have a positive attitude. Play more consistent and let the cards fall where they may when the end of the games. But the biggest thing is getting better as the season goes on.
All right, and then as it relates to in the trenches, what kind of matchups do you have up front?
Yeah, Dover's a little better up front than they have been in the past, I think. And I think that's why they're having a little more success. So they picked up Coach Wakefield, who was the head coach at Massillon Perry before, and he's helping out with Coach Ift. And he's won multiple state championships at Perry, and they're running some wing tee concepts along with their 5-wide spread. So it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past, but there's still pretty effective up front.
All right, Coach. Looking forward to it. We'll talk to you pregame. Safe travels tonight. As always, thanks for your time on the Coach's Corner.
Hey, thanks so much, Johnny.
All right, back here in the studio now as we get set to welcome in Russ Morris, the head coach of the Frontier Cougars. Coach Morris and the Cougars are excited to get back under the lights tonight after being sidelined for the past 2 weeks due to COVID issues. Coming up shortly, Coach Morris will be joining us to talk about the Cougars' upcoming matchup with Magnolia, and that's coming your way thanks to the Galaxy Food Center.
What makes Galaxy Food Center so special? You can ask the regulars on any given day, and the answers could be different. Some say bakery, others say fresh produce, deli fresh meats, and the list goes on. You see, when you have a hometown grocery store like Galaxy Food Center in St. Mary's and Middleburg, it's the people in the grocery aisle that is as important as what's on the shelf. Loyal customers, local employees, and a small business that's engaged in the community. Welcome to Galaxy Food Center, just off Pleasance Highway in St. Mary's and Tyler Highway in Middleburg.
We welcome you back to the high school football coaches corner. We're joined now by the head coach at Frontier High School, Coach Russ Morris. And Coach, after a couple of weeks off, we finally get back to football.
Yeah, we're extremely excited. The kids were real tickled to get back to practice this week. We've had an outstanding week of practice, and we're looking forward to getting back out there and playing a ball game.
Let's talk a little bit about what kind of things you're able to do when you have the quarantine issue that you've had. I know you talked a lot about just making sure the kids stayed active at home.
Yeah, that's about it. We did have 6 or 7 kids that the day that the individual tested, they were not at practice that day because they was on a school trip. So those 6 or 7 kids didn't have to quarantine, so they ran a couple times that week, and many games you can play with only 6 or 7 guys. So, we just kept tabs of the other guys through text, making sure they were staying active. They seem like they were, because we've come back, and they seem like they stayed in pretty decent shape, and we're just trying to get ready scheme-wise to play Magnolia.
And that's the team that you have tonight. What have you seen from the Blue Eagles? I'm guessing that in some of your time you've had a chance to do some extra film study.
Yeah, we watched a lot of film from last couple of years, and then, of course, we got film on them Saturday for this year. We traded with, a couple games with Terry Chapman and Magnolia, and they've got a nice football team. They've got two powerful running backs, strong kids, and Johnson and Barnes, and they're good running backs. And quarterback does, I think Randy, his name, does a good job running their offense. And we're going to have to really get a lot of guys to the football, tackle low. Coach Bradford, my defense coordinator, done a nice job coming with the scheme this week to try to handle them the best we can. And our kids have been very receptive to things we've talked about in practice. We've talked a lot about we're going to have to play with toughness, and the kids are raring to go.
Homecoming tonight at Frontier. I know that sometimes you might think of it as a distraction, but I know everybody enjoys it.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm pretty much, in my 16 years, I've pretty much been a grouch. It is a distraction, but this week, I felt, with the way the school year started and the way things are now, I felt that it was something our school needed. You know, I'm real excited for all the kids. You know, they need to have some fun, enjoy the week. I've actually set it up with our athletic director and our superintendent/principal that all Frontier High School and middle school students will get into the game free tomorrow night. And I'm going to make sure with some help from some outside entities that we pay the bill for that. But I want as many kids to be there and have a good time and enjoy, you know, with everything going on, you got to have some fun.
Coach, appreciate your time as always. Wish you the best of luck as you take on the Blue Eagles of Magnolia. And good luck.
Hey, thank you.
All right, it's Coach Russ Morris of the Frontier Cougars, and we'll send it now back to Derek in the studio.
Thanks there, Andy, and it's good to hear that the Cougars will be able to return to action tonight. In the meantime, we've just reached the midway point of the Zions High School Football Coach's Corner, so we still have many more stops to make, including out in Warren with Warriors head coach Matt Kimes. Coach Kimes and the Warriors are coming off one of their strongest showings of the season, as last week they went on the road and picked up a 28-12 win over the Vinton County Vikings. The Warriors will look to build off that win this week when the Cambridge Bobcats come rolling into town. Before that, though, Warren head coach Matt Kimes will join us before tonight's big game, and he'll sit down with Johnny Warp thanks to Zides Team Sales.
Zides is proud to bring you the High School Football Coaches Corner and Wrap-Up Show. For more than 5 decades, Zides of Marietta has worked with champions. Today, more than ever, sports equipment is key for performance, safety, and innovation. As sports equipment evolves, Zides has led the way with 9 product patents. From the Pee-wees to the pros, Zides outfits the team. From the crack of the bat to the slap of leather to the tip of the cap, Zides. For screen printing, team apparel, and equipment. Since 1953, Zides, a name synonymous with sports.
Johnny Warp, Matt Kimes in the Coach's Corner. And, Coach, let's jump back before we look at Cambridge to the Vinton County and talk a little bit about your thoughts from the sidelines on this one.
Yeah, just a really good performance by our guys last Friday. You know, going into it, it was a game we knew we could compete in, you know, and give ourselves a chance to win in the fourth quarter, and that's what happened. You know, we just kept battling. Ball bounced our way a couple times. A couple special performances by some kids, and found a way to get the W at the end.
And talk about the back half of the season. Talk a little bit about how, from a coaching standpoint, you go out your year. You know, we want to accomplish this here in the first part, and what you guys are working toward right now.
Yeah, first part of the year had a lot of different things go wrong for us. You know, we had tons of adversity. You know, and then obviously we're breaking in a bunch of new kids, you know, first-year seniors, sophomores, freshmen, just learning what it means to play at the varsity level. These last few weeks, they've really started to figure that out. Took some lumps at Fort Fry and Dover, but against 2 really quality football teams. And then, you know, we've had some consistent weeks of practice where we're, you know, everybody's there and we're able to get some stuff done and get better as a team. And it showed last Friday that, you know, we're really moving in the right direction.
Nice to get one on the road, too, I think, before you come back to this nice little home stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's as good a win as we've had this year, and proud of the guys. And, you know, anytime you go into a unfriendly environment and you're able to come out with a win, it's always a good thing.
Tonight, Cambridge Bobcats, talk a little bit about what you see in these guys. Pretty good team.
Yeah, they're a good team. You know, a little bit of a mix of skill and big. You know, nobody really jumps out on the film as being, you know, super fast that we got to prepare for. But, you know, overall they all do things pretty well. Well-coached team, good up front. Defensively, they're limiting people on, you know, and we look at their scores. They've had a couple shutouts, so they're limiting people offensively. So we're going to have to play well. But I like where we're at right now, and I like this matchup for us.
A little extra oomph maybe, too, with the senior night marquee?
Yeah, definitely. You know, our seniors are going to be ready to go. More than likely last time they get to play here in front of the home stands. And you know, I've been telling them guys all week to make sure that they're ready, make sure the young underclassmen are ready to give a great performance for these seniors and send them out the right way.
We'll have it on the Facebook Live and live on the ESPN Radio tonight. Wish you the best of luck, Coach.
Thanks, John.
All right, back here in the studio now on the Zions High School Football Coach's Corner. as we get set to catch up with Morgan Raiders head coach Chase Bowman. Coach Bowman and the Raiders came up short last week in a loss versus West Muskingum, but tonight provides them a chance to bounce back in a road game versus the New Lexington Panthers. Coming up next, Chase Bowman will be joined by Andy Rex as they talk some Morgan Raiders football, and that's courtesy of the Citizens National Bank of McConnellsville.
Everyone has something that they do best. We all have special abilities. Banks are no exception. Ours is community reinvestment. When you invest with us, we keep your money in our community. We make loans to local families and businesses. These loans generate the dollars which empower our local community. Invest in our community by investing with us. Citizens National Bank, McConnellsville and Duncan Falls. Member FDIC.
We welcome you back to the high school football coaches corner. We're joined now by the head coach at Morgan High School, Coach Chase Bowman. And Coach, I know we've talked a lot, of course, over the season about mistakes and fixing mistakes. And boy, it reared its ugly head last Friday night, didn't it?
Oh yeah, they caught. You know, not to take anything away from West End, they have a good team and some good athletes, and they're well coached. But we shot ourselves in the foot too many times to give ourselves a chance there. Obviously, that one right before halftime was a killer. Getting ready to go in and score, and would have put us up 8. And we fumble it, and they scoop and score, and go up. Whatever it was there, 13 or 15 or whatever it was. That's a 2-touchdown swing right there. So, and then they got the ball first in the second half. So again, it's just one of those things where we feel like we're still learning how to win those types of games. So again, all you can do at this point is just get back to work and keep fighting and keep working on it.
Yeah, I don't like to second guess things, but I do want to ask you at that point, did the thought cross your mind of taking a field goal?
Honestly, no. I mean, we felt like we managed the time well, because what we didn't want to do is give them, we obviously wanted to score, number one, but we didn't want to give them a lot of time either for them to try to score before half, too, knowing that they get the ball first. No, I mean, it was, for us, it was go for it all the way. We were thinking touchdown.
Mm. Yeah, I asked that question not knowing the rest of the circumstances, obviously, other than the outcome of what happened. But
right.
Other than those critical mistakes, how do you think you guys played throughout the course of the game?
I mean, you look at the stats, and it doesn't feel this way, but we outgained them. I think we had about 320 yards of offense. They had close to 300. We didn't outgain by a lot, but we outgained them a little bit. So obviously that tells you we played pretty well overall. But those mistakes, those types of turnovers are absolute killer. 3 of them were led directly to touchdowns, and then the fourth turnover they ended up scoring on that drive. I think we only forced 1 turnover for them, and we didn't get any points out of it. So that right there is the difference in the game. So but again, I mean, the thing I'm happy about is we never threw in the towel. I mean, we kept fighting to the end, no matter how many times we didn't make those plays and we had those mistakes. We kept fighting and kept competing. So that part of it I'm happy with. But we've got to be able to execute better.
We turn the page now and look forward to tonight's game over at Jim Rockwell Stadium when you take on New Lex. What have you seen from them this week?
I mean, they're offensively, they're a very balanced team. I mean, they can run the ball well. They can still pass the ball pretty well. They have the big play ability still. So anytime you look at it, you're scouting an offense like that, that's balanced like that, and still can have a big play over the top. That's pretty tough. I mean, that's tough to defend. So defensively, we got to make sure we're diverse enough defensively, but still, we got to still maintain, still be sound. Because if you're not sound, they could bust a big one on you real quick. But at the same time, I think if you just sit in the same thing defensively, they're well coached enough to make you pay for it. So kind of have to find that balance between showing them some different looks, but being sound for us.
As you've looked at them getting ready for tonight's game, who are some of the kids that stand out in your mind?
I think their running back, he's a shifty kid. He looks like he can be pretty tough to take down. Their quarterback, I think he's a really good linebacker, actually. Not to take anything away from his quarterback abilities, but he's really solid on the defensive side of the ball. And they have a receiver who started since his freshman year for him. That's kind of the guy they seem to look for, when they need to make a play, third downs, things like that. That's the guy they're looking for.
Coach, appreciate your time as always. Wish you the best of luck as you head on the road tonight.
All right, thanks, Andy.
All right, it's Coach Chase Bowman of the Morgan Raiders, and we'll send it now back to Derek in the studio.
Thanks, Andy. And up next here on the Coach's Corner, we'll head on over to Williamstown, where head coach Chris Beck and the Yellow Jackets are now riding a 4-game winning streak after a hard-fought 17-13 win over St. Mary's last week. If the Yellow Jackets are going to make it fun, they'll have to before that, though, Williamstown head coach Chris Beck will join us here on the show. Welcome to the Fry Dental Group, where Total Smile Care begins with a comprehensive approach to oral health and ends with a beautiful, memorable smile. Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, and Dr. Derek Howe continue to ensure you receive the best dentistry available. From repairing damaged teeth to same-day crowns, sleep apnea solutions, and complete smile makeovers, the focus at Fry Dental Group is to deliver the most advanced professional care available. Learn more at frydental.com and at 1309 Green Street in Marietta.
Welcome back to Coach's Corner Show. Time to talk Yellow Jacket football with Chris Beck, the head coach at Williamstown High School. And Coach, first off, congratulations on the big win up at St. Mary's, a 17-13 victory, and it was not easy.
No, a rivalry game, you never know. All the credit and word on the St. Mary's coach and their staff. I thought they played tremendous. The whole game was.
video and scouting, do you feel like you're going to be able to run the football?
I hope. If we don't, we're going to be in trouble. I think we got to do a good job of being strategic in what we do, controlling the line of scrimmage. Our offensive line is going to be challenged with their size. I think it could be tough to get explosive plays with the speed they got on the back end. We got to be patient and probably execute at a high level, be fundamentally sound, and not turn over.
Sounds like a game plan, Coach. As always, we appreciate your time and wish you the best of luck tonight.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You got it. The Yellow Jackets at Weir tonight, looking for their 5th straight win. They could be 5-1 with a victory tonight. Now, let's go back to Derek in the studios.
Thanks, Tom, as we'll now get the story from the other side of last week's matchup, as our next guest here on the Zides High School Football Coaches Corner is Jody Moat, the head coach of the St. Mary's Blue Devils. Last week, the Blue Devils continued their trend of alternating wins and losses as they came up just short versus Williamstown. So now the 2-3 Blue Devils will look to get back to the 500 mark tonight in a road game versus the Wirt County Tigers. St. Mary's head coach Jody Moat will tell us how they plan on doing that, thanks to the Galaxy Food Center.
If you have ever wondered what makes a local business thrive, step into Galaxy Food Centers in St. Mary's and Middleburn, a family-owned grocery store built on 3 generations of community pride. A grocery store that still caters to the service ethics of yesteryear, yet offers state-of-the-art conveniences of today. Simply put, Galaxy Food Center employs local folks and keeps hard-earned dollars circulating in their respective communities. Add to that convenience, online coupons, shop-to-go, and online ordering of your groceries for pickup. Galaxy Food Center in St. Mary's and Middleburn.
Johnny Wolf in the Coach's Corner. St. Mary's Blue Devils head coach Jody Moat. Road trip to Wirt County on the schedule tonight, Coach. Before we look at Wirt, let's jump back to the Williamstown game and tell me some of the positives you took out of it and what you guys have worked on this week.
I thought the kids played hard. I thought they played hard for 4 quarters. I thought they played, they fought, and we just had too many turnovers. And, I felt like they were able to hold the penalties down, so that was a positive for us. But you just got to limit your turnovers.
Yeah, it kind of brings us into this, second half of the season, which is what your game tonight, represents. Mm-hmm. And I know as a coach, you've done it for so long, you're always looking to get better every game, every quarter for that matter. Do you think you've made that turn here into the second half? Do you see the guys getting better?
Yeah, I think we have as football players as far as, offense, defense, special teams, but I don't think we have as far as turning the ball over. We've done that too many times since the season started. Now our penalties, we've done better with penalties, so I think they're growing. I think they're showing progress. I think the staff's done a great job with them, and but we got to continue to improve, and then eventually, we got to get rid of the turnovers.
Tell me a little bit about this Wirt team that you guys have tonight on tap.
They'll be both under center and then gun on offense. On defense, we expect a 5-man front, sometimes a 6-man front. I believe Jason Hickman and his staff have tremendous respect for him and for what he's done. He was at Wirt County with Dalton Bendo, and then back to Roane County, and then back to Wirt County.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of respect for him.
Coach Moat, talk a little bit about your personnel, again, going into the second half of the season, health-wise, and if they're getting stronger.
I think overall, we've stayed healthy. We've had bumps and bruises, which is typical this time of year. But, I feel like the guys have, done a nice job with their offensive front. I felt like they opened some holes up. Or running back, he was able to get some yardage, done well, for the first half of the season. And, just got to continue with that. And like I said, special teams, you always want to play solid there.
All right, Coach. Wish you the best of luck tonight at Wirt. As always, thanks for your time. Thanks as well to Galaxy Food Center for making this possible in the Coach's Corner. Get those Tigers tonight, Coach.
Appreciate the coverage, Johnny. Thank you.
Thanks there, Andy, and it's good to hear that the Cougars will be able to return to action tonight. In the meantime, we've just reached the midway point of the Zides High School Football Coach's Corner, so we still have many more stops to make, including out in Warren with Warriors head coach Matt Kimes. Coach Kimes and the Warriors are coming off one of their strongest showings of the season, as last week they went on the road and picked up a 28-12 win over the Vinton County Vikings. The Warriors will look to build off that win this week when the Cambridge Bobcats come rolling into town. Before that, though, Warren head coach Matt Kimes will join us before tonight's big game, and he'll sit down with Johnny Worf thanks to Zides Team Sales.
Zides is proud to bring you the High School Football Coaches Corner and Wrap-Up Show. For more than 5 decades, Zides of Marietta has worked with champions. Today, more than ever, sports equipment is key for performance, safety, and innovation. As sports equipment evolves, Zides has led the way with 9 product patents. From the Pee-wees to the pros, Zides outfits the team. From the crack of the bat to the slap of leather to the tip of the cap, Zides. For screen printing, team apparel, and equipment. Since 1953, Zides, a name synonymous with sports.
Johnny Worf, Matt Kimes in the coach's corner. And, Coach, let's jump back before we look at Cambridge to the Vinton County and talk a little bit about your thoughts from the sidelines on this one.
Yeah, just a really good performance by our guys last Friday. Going into it as a game we knew we could compete in, and give ourselves a chance to win in the fourth quarter, and that's what happened. We just kept battling. Ball bounced our way a couple times. A couple special performances by some kids, and found a way to get the W at the end.
And talk about the back half of the season. Talk a little bit about how, from a coaching standpoint, you go out your year. We want to accomplish this here in the first part, and what you guys are working toward right now.
Yeah, first part of the year had a lot of different things go wrong for us. We had tons of adversity, and then obviously we're breaking in a bunch of new kids. First-year seniors, sophomores, freshmen, just learning what it means to play at the varsity level. These last few weeks, they've really started to figure that out. Took some lumps at Fort Fry and Dover, but against 2 really quality football teams, and then we've had some consistent weeks of practice where we're everybody's there and we're able to get some stuff done and get better as a team, and it showed last Friday that we're really moving in the right direction.
Nice to get one on the road too, I think, before you come back to this nice little home stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's as good a win as we've had this year, and proud of the guys. And to go anytime you go into a unfriendly environment and you're able to come out with a win, it's always a good thing.
Tonight, Cambridge Bobcats. Talk a little bit about what you see in these guys. Pretty good team.
Yeah, they're a good team. A little bit of a mix of skill and big. Nobody really jumps out on the film as being super fast that we got to prepare for, but overall they all do things pretty well. Well-coached team, good up front. Defensively, they're limiting people, and and we look at their scores. They've had a couple shutouts, so they're limiting people offensively. So we're going to have to play well. But I like where we're at right now, and I like this matchup for us.
A little extra oomph maybe too with the senior night marquee.
Yeah, definitely. Our seniors are going to be ready to go. More than likely, last time they get to play here in front of the home stands, and I've been telling them guys all week to make sure that they make sure they're ready, make sure the young underclassmen are ready to give a great performance for these seniors and send them out the right way.
We'll have it on the Facebook Live and live on the ESPN Radio tonight. Wish you the best of luck, Coach.
Thanks, Johnny.
Thanks there, guys, and that will put a wrap on another edition of the Zides High School Football Coaches Corner. As always, a big thanks goes out to all of the coaches for joining us here on the show, and also a thanks goes out to all of the sponsors for making the show possible. Coming up shortly, we have high school football action coming your way across the radio dial. As on WMOA, we'll have the Marietta Tigers taking on the Dover Tornadoes. Meanwhile, on Jaws Country, it'll be the Waterford Wildcats and the Shenandoah Zeps. And on ESPN Radio, we'll have the Warren Warriors hosting the Cambridge Bobcats. Until next time, I've been your host, Eric Jones, and I'll look forward to catching you next week at the same places and the same time for the Zides High School Football Coaches Corner.
You're listening to ESPN Radio for the Mid-Ohio Valley, and it's time for Warren Warriors football. Tonight's matchup is brought to you by Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery, Marietta College, the Citizens Bank Company, WVU Medicine, Camden Park, Hickory Grove Country Market, the Pioneer Family Auto Group, the Wetz Companies, and by the Fry Dental Group. Let's go live for the call of tonight's game with Andy Rex and Sean Jones.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Warrior Stadium in Vincent, Ohio, and high school football on another Friday night as the Warren Warriors welcome in the Cambridge Bobcats tonight for senior night here. That's right. At Warren High School. And good evening, everybody. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones to bring you the action of all the play-by-play action of the game tonight. And Jonesy, of course, looking back at last week, the Warriors on the road over to Vinton County, and a really good football game throughout, and then Jason Williams put it away with a couple of fourth-quarter touchdowns.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns in total for Jason Williams, adding to what's already been a fantastic season for the running back. Tonight, though, 12 seniors playing their final game on this beautiful home field in Vincent, and should be another good one, I think, as Cambridge, the Bobcats, roll into town. They're coming off a loss to Division III Ravenna, so a tough one last week for the Bobcats. You know, they're going to be hungry coming in here. They had their homecoming spoiled last week. They're going to look to try to spoil a Warren senior night. I tell you, if the Warren defense plays as well as they did last week tonight, Warren Warriors might be evening their record at 500, as the Warren defense last week, spearheaded by over 20 tackles from J.T. Rice, did a really nice job shutting down that Vinton County running attack, and especially in the second half, they still had their legs underneath of them, making tackles. And Jason Williams, who left in that third quarter last week, kind of scary, as he was out for some time, comes back in, and at that point might have been the freshest player on the field. It certainly looked like it was the first snap of the game on a couple of those carries. I watched the replay of his fourth and final touchdown of the night, and he went untouched on that one. So a big opportunity here for the Warren Warriors to get back to even on the season, and what a night to do it, as 12 seniors are going to be playing their final game.
That is certainly the case. Williams, just a sophomore, but a 247-yard effort last Friday night over at Vinton County puts him over 1,000 on the season, and in a high school, a 1,000-yard rusher is a good accomplishment.
Yeah, it really is, and he's had a couple of big games this year. The Belpre game, obviously, last week as well. But he's been solid week in and week out, and as the offense has started to pick up its rhythm a bit, as Trent Taylor's gotten a little bit more comfortable under center, he's been kind of the anchor of things offensively, and he's had a pretty good year defensively as well. And of course, last week defensively, Landon Fairbanks making a couple of huge plays, an interception, and then the tackle that would stop the two-point conversion attempt by Vinton County. He came up with maybe 2 of the most clutch defensive plays of the night. So really nice week last week. Hopefully something for Coach Kimes to build on. I would think a lot of momentum has to come from a road win like that.
Absolutely. You mentioned that 2-point conversion attempt for Vinton County that Fairbanks stopped. That would have tied the game at that point.
Yeah.
So you just never know how much that momentum swing potentially turned into those final 2 touchdowns for Warren.
Yeah, very much so. And you liked what they brought on the road last week effort-wise. We'd like to see it again here tonight. You would think that if you can really get yourself geared up for one, sending your seniors off on a winning note at home is always a big one. So Warren this week, a tough test. I mean, the Bobcats come in 4-3, as I said. They are coming off a loss and then actually a cancellation against St. Thomas Aquinas the week before that. And then Martins Ferry the week before, right?
Well, no, the Ravenna game was a replacement game for the St. Thomas.
Oh, I see. It was the replacement game. I see there. You're right, Andy. So the week before that, a win 23-0 over Martins Ferry. So they have went kind of win-loss the last few games. So hopefully the Warren Warriors tonight are going to be able to pin another L in that column. Should be a good one here tonight, and good weather for football. I was a bit afraid that we might see some rain as cloudiness is lurking in the sky, but so far so good. Hopefully I didn't jinx that. I'm going to find some natural wood here, get that a good knock a few times, and keep my fingers crossed, because even though there's some clouds, it's a great night for football so far.
I had a chance to talk with Cambridge head coach Ray Leak, and Johnny Worf had a chance to talk with Warren Warrior head coach Matt Kimes. We will take a timeout here, and we will hear from both head coaches here in the pregame show. In just a moment, you're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Hi, it's Robin from the Citizens Bank Company. There are many ways to save money at the bank. If you are 55 years of age or older, take advantage of no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fees on our Prestige 55 checking account. You will get your first 2 boxes of checks for free. We are here for what matters. For over 150 years, we have been providing first-class service on a first-name basis. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations, or for more information, visit us online at thecitizens.com. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Marietta College, we believe if something is worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers, and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, score the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
Welcome back to Warriors Stadium. We're joined now in the pregame show by Cambridge head football coach Ray Leak. And, Coach, before we talk about tonight's game, kind of give us a brief synopsis of your season to date.
Yeah, so currently we're sitting at 4-3. A couple of good games, the last couple weeks here for us. I think we're still improving. I don't think we've played our best football quite yet, so it should be a good matchup tonight with Warren. They've got a good, solid football team as well. Looking forward to getting back under the lights and getting after it.
As you've looked at the Warriors getting ready for tonight's game, obviously we know about the running back Jason Williams, but what are some of the other things that you've seen as you studied them?
Yeah, I think, you mentioned it, they're running back. Overall, they play hard. They've got some good talent, but as we watch film and prepare for tonight's game, just, they're always getting after it, and, you're going to expect that from all 4 quarters from them. So, I think they're solid all around. I think they're a good team. Offensively, defensively, they play well in special teams as well. So, we've got to bring it tonight and get after it. But I think it should be a good matchup here. And again, I think they're good in all 3 phases.
From a broadcaster's perspective, if you're going to be successful tonight, who are some of the names that we would be calling a lot?
Yeah, I think to be successful in any football game, you got to control the line of scrimmage offensively and defensively. So, we've got to do that. It starts up front with our O-line and our defensive line getting pressure. Skill-wise, we expect Caden Moore, our quarterback, to have a good game. He's done great for us all year. Running back Caden Kenworthy, he plays well on both sides of the ball as well. He's also our leading tackler, so we expect great things from him on both sides of the ball. But, again, we've got to dominate that line of scrimmage on both sides.
You talked about that. What do you see as maybe a couple of other keys to the game tonight?
Yeah, I think one is, our execution, making sure we're not beating ourselves or, stalling drives, penalties. We've got to clean that up in some areas. So if we can go out and execute and play hard for 48 minutes, I like our chances.
Coach, appreciate your time, and good luck tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, that's Coach Ray Leak of the Cambridge Bobcats. We'll be back with Coach Matt Kimes of the Warren Warriors right after this.
It's the kickoff sales event going on now at Pioneer Family Auto in Parkersburg. Kick off the season in one of over 700 new Honda, Volkswagen, Mazda, or pre-owned vehicles. Score big dealer discounts along with incentives like 0% financing or no payments until November. Plus, get overbook value for trade-ins and vehicles just like yours. Just bring your current credit information for guaranteed finance options and your best deal. Kick off the season's deals at Pioneer Honda, VW, Mazda of Parkersburg or PioneerFamilyAuto.com. Let's qualify CDW for details.
Hey, it's Tony at the Citizens Bank Company. The process of obtaining a loan can sometimes seem daunting. Let us take the worry out of this process and replace it with the loans that will get you the keys to that car, take you on a much-needed vacation, or secure the house you've been wanting. We're here to help you find the best loan to make life happen. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations or visit us online at thecitizens.com. We are here for what matters most. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Johnny Moore pregame along with the head coach of the Warren High School Warriors, the senior night in Vincent, under the lights. Coach, let's talk about this matchup tonight with the Bobcats at Cambridge.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great challenge for us. They're a good football team. You know, they're 4-3, but they've beat some good teams and lost to some good teams. So, you know, you just never know what they're going to bring. For us, we got to control what we control. We got to, you know, not do anything to hurt ourselves. Play good, sound football. Continue to play with the great effort we've been playing with. If we do these things, I think we'll give ourselves a chance.
And then senior night, these are your guys, Coach. So talk a little bit about the extra emotions that come with this one.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be an emotional night, you know, for these guys and myself. You know, these guys were part of the first group that I came into, and they've been grinding for, you know, 3 years now with us. And you know, just to see how hard they've worked and what they've put into this, and hopefully we can put a great performance and send them out the right way.
We talked a little bit earlier in the coach's corner about how your goals change a little bit down the stretch, and there's so much to play for, you know, week in and week out. So kind of touch on that a little bit with the Bobcats in town.
Yeah, so we talk about weekly, you know, what our goals are, and nothing really changes in terms of what our end goal is, and that's to win as many games as we can and get in the playoffs. You know, that win last week at Vinton County really put us in a position that if we, you know, finish the season the right way, we should find a way to get in there. So these kids understand that. They know how important the game is, and the one thing I've been telling them also is if you win a game, that makes the next one that much more important, because then it continues to grow and continues to matter more. In terms of not only what your overall record is going to be, but your standings in the playoffs.
In week 7 on a schedule, health-wise, talk a little bit about your guys if you're good to go.
Yeah, we're pretty healthy. We've actually gotten some guys back that have been out a couple of weeks. So from that standpoint, we're feeling pretty good about where we are. Depth-wise, you know, we've had to throw some kids in there, you know, to fill in for those. So we've created some depth kind of by, you know, some injuries or whatever. But we're pretty close to being healthy. Like I said, I like where we're at, and I really like our chances in this matchup.
All right, so the Bobcats back up 77, shaking their heads. Wish you the best of luck tonight, Coach.
All right, Johnny, anytime. Thank you, guys.
As Staley Countryside Meat Company, we approach each processing order with individual care and attention. We take special pride in our work to make sure you are satisfied with the meat product that ends up on your kitchen table. Call Staley Countryside Meat Company today at 740-989-2076 to schedule your meat processing needs. We also do our best to accommodate special requests from cutting to wrapping. Staley Countryside Meat Company, we're a cut above the rest.
Welcome to the Fry Dental Group, where total smile care begins with a comprehensive approach to oral health and ends with a beautiful, memorable smile. Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, and Dr. Derek Howe continue to pursue the latest professional education and excellence to ensure you receive the best dentistry available. From repairing damaged teeth to same-day crowns, sleep apnea solutions, and complete smile makeovers, the focus at Fry Dental Group is to deliver the most advanced professional care available. Learn more at frydental.com and at 1309 Green Street in Marietta.
And we welcome you back to Warriors Stadium here in Vincent. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones. Thanks to both coaches for joining us in the pregame show. And Sean, as we look at this game tonight, particularly on the Cambridge side, as they come off that big loss against Ravenna, a couple of things that really bit them in that was turnovers and penalties.
Yeah, if you can't play a clean game, then that definitely is going to kill any kind of momentum you may start to build. And then they will throw it around, which last week their quarterback, as we take a look around, Caden Moore, I think 15 of 28 last week for 163, a pair of touchdowns and an interception. I will say, this Warren defense and a couple of those young defensive backs are pretty good at being opportunistic, coming up with, some interceptions. Nicholas Cressy has a few this year. Landon Fairbanks has made some big defensive plays. So potentially, something that can play into Warren's hands defensively if maybe they can pick off one. I will say they did get burnt pretty hard by Dover in that outstanding passing game that they have, but a lot of teams are going to get burnt by that outstanding passing game and that outstanding offense that the Tornadoes have. So, maybe a little bit of a different look than what the Warriors have seen in the past few weeks, especially last week. You knew what was coming every down. It was going to be a run. Vinton County threw the ball a handful of times all night. It's going to be a different look this week.
That is certainly the case here, and I hope the officials didn't see what I just saw in the background over there. It was a flash of lightning, and if they saw it, then we're in for a delay, but I don't know that they did.
Well, I didn't see it, so at this point, it's just you, that lightning bolt, and me and a bunch of people with our head under a rock.
As we look at the radar, some stuff is headed our way, not too far away from us. So it could certainly be a little bit interesting here in the next few minutes. So we'll pay attention to that, but hopefully as seniors continue to get introduced here onto the field for the evening, we'll be a couple minutes behind in getting this game underway anyway, but as the remainder of the seniors are introduced here, 30 of them between all the fall sports and fall athletes, so
they've been efficiently working their way through.
They have been.
I've got a gentleman to my right here who's going to get a bottle of water and then some after this for his extended performance here as 30 seniors walking across the field, as Andy just told you.
The dulcet tones of PA announcer Fred Ruth.
Yes. And it looks like we might be down to the penultimate senior potentially here. So that water break's just around the corner, and I don't think we're going to get any kind of delay of game penalties or anything tonight, hopefully, because of the pregame proceedings.
Yeah, they generally won't do that. For things like that. If it was a blatant problem, you have a lot of people to introduce here, and so we'll be a few minutes behind in getting this one underway. We will take another timeout and come back with the starting lineups for tonight's game. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit WetzCompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
Do you like working with your hands? Are you goal-oriented? Want a career where your effort is rewarded with pay raises every 6 months? If you like the idea of paid on-the-job training and free college-accredited coursework, the Marietta Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 168 Apprenticeship Program is what you've been looking for and is now accepting applications. To qualify, you must be 18 years of age with a high school diploma or GED. Pick up and return an application packet at 201 Front Street in Marietta or download one from ualocal168.org under the Training Center tab. All applications must be returned in person. Earn while you learn a trade: welding, plumbing, pipe fitting, instrumentation, and industrial rigging. For more information, call 740-373-9274 or check out our website at ualocal168.org. Start your path on a career, not just a job. The Local 168 JATC is an equal opportunity employer.
Well, we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium here in Vincent. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones, and we are now officially under a lightning delay.
Andy, they saw it.
They did see it. So we are at least 30 minutes away from kickoff here in this one. So I think what we will probably do is we'll send it back to studio control for some regular programming here over the next 30 minutes or so, and we will come back and update you on what's going on and hopefully have kickoff for you here in about 30 minutes tonight from Warrior Stadium as the Warriors and the Cambridge Bobcats
I saw that one.
I
saw it too. I'm in on it. I'm in on it now, Andy.
That resets the clock back to 30 minutes, but it ticked off about a minute and a half. So we will, I guess, take a break here and send it back to studio control for some ESPN radio programming, and hopefully come back and update you on things in, I would say about 25 minutes or so, and that will be that, and hopefully we'll have kickoff for you after that. So back to the studio control. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
I don't think it's ever been said before, was San Diego.
I love it.
Three teams trained in San Diego last week, and Olm was there all week. I have a general, I've been to San Diego a number of times, Olm. I have a general feeling of the geography. Where actually were the Clippers, Nuggets, and Nets actually at in the city?
So I'm going to go according to how my day went. And so the first team that practiced was the LA Clippers, starting around 10 in the morning at San Diego State, Kawhi's old stomping grounds. And so basically they were in a gym over there across the street from the actual arena. And it was weird, like there was a union there, and every day it looked like a union, and there was always this long line outside, and it was basically, it looked like COVID testing for students and local residents and stuff. And then the Clippers had a gym around the corner from there. And so they would practice every morning from about like 10 a.m. They would start practice. And then they would hold availability at 10:30. And then once I was done there, I raced over to, well, they only opened for the first half an hour. And then they practice. So what you see is the beginning when they're just basically just walking onto the court.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Clippers would start actually before it. And this worked out to my favor because then I would race over about a 20-minute drive to USD, University of San Diego, where the Nets were practicing. And mind you, both these campuses are beautiful. They are on like scenic hills. You have to drive up a hill to get there. And so the Nets were at University of San Diego in this gym right near a baseball field. And there were fans outside waiting every day to get autographs. And we would get them after their practice was done. So we were most every day told to kind of show up there by 12 o'clock, and then they would open around 1. This was a little problematic for my hopes to have hit all three teams every day, because the Denver Nuggets were practicing at UCSD, which was up in La Jolla, about another 15 minutes away. And they opened up pretty much every day around 1 o'clock. So I had to stick with the Nets and unfortunately not make it to Nuggets. I did do the trifecta on the final day of camp.
Just short shrift to the Nuggets.
I know.
As usual.
Hey, and the Nuggets are my guys. I love the Nuggets. I finally I got to do the trifecta, which was on Saturday, because the Nets opened up early because they were getting on a bus to head up to Los Angeles to play the Lakers on Sunday. And so I got to do Clippers in the morning and then the Nets, and then I finally made it to Nuggets.
So obviously, right now teams are not going overseas. Typically, teams go overseas. As many as 6 teams, I think, have gone overseas in the preseason in other non-COVID years. So teams are taking advantage going other places besides overseas. The Nets were a team that went overseas regularly. So they're going out there. And it turned out to be an advantage because Kyrie couldn't practice in New York. He can practice in San Diego and did. And I was watching you on the jump every day give whatever you could say about what Kyrie was doing. But it was still something that was a distraction. Like Kyrie didn't speak to the media. I mean, apparently that's no longer required in the NBA. Players used to be required to speak to the media, but now they don't have to speak to them anymore. And so he just was going through practice and having his teammates and coaches have to answer for the predicament, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, to some degree, San Diego was the perfect spot for them because only 2 writers, I believe, traveled from New York to San Diego. And so really, the traveling media, they didn't do Zooms. This season, teams are not required to have to do Zooms from practices or shoot-arounds. So it's up to teams to do it. The Clippers did it. I think the Nuggets might have done their Zoom practice on Zoom, but the Nets did not. So if you did not travel as a member of the media to their camp, you were not going to basically be able to hear on any of the interviews or ask any questions. And so they opened up pretty much with like half an hour to go in practice. So when we would get in, we would just be able to see them kind of shooting free throws and shooting jumpers and working on whatever their routine is at the end. And so you would see Kyrie kind of doing work, but we didn't get to watch any 5-on-5 or any runs or anything like that. Get glimpses of that through their social media with the pictures. But really, for the most part, Steve Nash would just answer questions of like, there's no new update on Kyrie. And if you asked him like, well, what's going to happen next week? He would say, I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet about the vaccination status, things like that.
Right.
That would be pretty much it.
It's only like one of the most important things facing the NBA. But Nick, we're not talking to him about it. Why would they bring it up? Why would they, we're going over horns high. Why would we worry about whether our point guard's going to be able to play at home? That's just media talk.
A lot of media talk, and I noticed it from the Warriors' standpoint, guys. I mean, Steve Kerr, in my opinion, is the very best coach I have ever dealt with from a media standpoint in any sport. He understands the role that we play. He understands what is needed on a daily basis. And so many times he is trying to kind of create the narrative for his own team through his comments. And that doesn't make him unique, certainly, in what we deal with on a regular basis in the NBA. But I say all that because he is so good, and to hear him just not get into any of the vaccine stuff as it related to Andrew Wiggins and just say, hey, look, he got it. That's all anybody needs to know. I mean, for the last week, though, what Ohm was saying made so much sense for me because it was like that was really the only question. The biggest question, definitely, has Andrew gotten the vaccine yet? And Steve Kerr would sit there and would just say, there's no update. And at that point, whether you're Kerr or Nash or whomever, any coach who's dealing with this in the league, there isn't that much else to say in the moment. But for somebody who is so good on a regular basis, delivering a message or going through what he's feeling or how his team is feeling, to see this particular topic kind of lock everything down has been much, much different. And it just goes to show that it's something that will continue to hover over the league so long as there are players that still don't feel comfortable taking this vaccine.
All right, we'll talk about Wiggins in a minute. But this is the thing, that has kept them safe. The Nets keep saying, we're not worried. We're not worried. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, if Kyrie misses some home games in November or October, it's not, it's going to slam him in the bank, but it's not the end of the world for the Nets. It's a long haul. But everybody keeps saying it's going to get worked out. I don't know why they say that it's going to get worked out. I mean, I don't know if they know something they're not going to tell us, which, okay, that happens. But I just think that they're just trying to get past the topic as fast as they possibly can. And that's not going to get you anywhere in the long run. That'll get you out of creating a soundbite, fine, but it doesn't get you out of the problem. And the Nets have been saying this, trust me, we were checking on this in the weeks leading up to training camp, and we kept hearing the same thing. It's going to get taken care of. It's going to get taken care of. It didn't get taken care of. So, the Nets should have savored their time out there. In fact, they probably should have extended their time out there because now they're gonna be in New York, and they're gonna have to deal with the local media, and they're gonna have to deal with him on the inactive list starting in the preseason games at the end of this week.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that for Sean Marks to come out and publicly say that he thinks by the start of the regular season this is not going to be an issue, they have had to get some sort of indication from Kyrie's camp that that's going to be the case, because the Nets are not this type of team that would say something like that publicly. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I was a little surprised that Sean Marks even talked about that 2 or 3 weeks ago whenever he did his media availability, because for the most part, he likes to keep things pretty tight-lipped. And you're right. I was wondering why didn't they stay in San Diego longer, because this is a team that, yes, you're right. In the long run of things, if Kyrie gets vaccinated, I don't know, 10, 15 games in the season, I'm just throwing that number out there. I'm not saying that because I know anything. But it probably won't impact them as much for their championship run. But this is a team very much so that is working on its chemistry, trying to bond off the court. They have a lot of new pieces. They have a lot of pieces that didn't have time to work together last year. They have a lot of guys that have huge resumes. And I'm not necessarily saying egos, but roles need to be worked out on this team. And they need time, not only on the court, but off the court together to figure each other out. I asked Kevin Durant about, like, can a trip to San Diego and the things you do off the court help your chemistry? What have you seen so far? And he just kept saying, we need reps on the court together. And we can't say anything yet in the preseason. It's got to come more with us being on the court together. What happens now when they go back to New York? And Kyrie cannot practice unless he gets one shot. He only needs one shot, not two. He needs one shot under New York law of COVID protocols right now, that, from my understanding. I don't know, Wendy, if he gets that one shot, does he have to wait like a week or two for it to really kind of take into effect? Or if he just shows proof of that one shot, he's ready to go and practice. So I do think this is going to be a disruption. That's why I asked Steve Nash last night. I said, if Kyrie Irving is going to be out this week, what did you gain out of San Diego by having Kyrie around? And he just said Kyrie was locked in, as everybody was, and he came to work. And he just said, but we have 3 more weeks of camp, and we got to keep that up. Well, you know what? You might have to do it without Kyrie Irving.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield, and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is Greeny. Urban Meyer is very accustomed to being the most famous person everywhere he is. He is, I promise you, acutely aware of the fact that when he is in public, people are paying attention to what he does and that people are taking pictures and video of him. I guarantee that. So, how do you explain this?
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+. Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams, and Max Kellerman.
Baker Mayfield is every bit as good in this system, in this offense, as Kirk Cousins. And you see what they're paying Kirk Cousins, so when Jay speaks to a contract situation, you see what they're paying him. So he's going to get paid. They're not letting him walk out the door. He just won't be a $60 million a year quarterback.
Keyshawn, Jay Will, and Max. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Bart and Hahn.
The Seahawks on the other side of things.
You talk about a team that I'm ready to push the panic button on. They look like the 4th best team within that division. That defense may be the worst defense I've ever seen. Remember last year we were calling it the Legion with no boom. It looks like, listen, they really shoot the cap gun now. I mean, they might have a slingshot. I don't even know if they have a gun to shoot anymore. They're definitely leaving with no boom.
Bart and Hahn, weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna survive. There's no way I'm gonna let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not save my life. It may save my children's life. It may save someone you love.
You ready to get this cancer about you? Let's do it.
Live. Fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Canty and Golick Jr.
Dak being dynamic in the ways that we've seen this year, that's going to take them to the next level. That's going to get them in the Super Bowl conversation.
I mean, it's elite level quarterback play, right? Like, we got to stop saying that Dak Prescott is just a good quarterback. We got to start having him in that conversation of elite quarterbacks with guys like Aaron Rodgers, with guys like Patrick Mahomes. He's ascended into that territory.
Canty and Golick Jr. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
Nick, you've heard this 1,000 times. Every time there's like a sudden change to a team in the middle of the season or something like that, the coaches say the same thing. Or when they're coming into a season where maybe they had an injury-plagued season, we just have to have our training camp together. Coaches talk about training camp like it's the most sacred thing in the world. You know, they go on a 5-game losing streak in February. What do they say? Well, you know, we didn't have everybody together for camp. I mean, this is all, they always say this. So you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth and say that this is no big deal, and then later on say, well, you know, we didn't have everybody together for camp, because that's what they always say.
It's always been an issue. I mean, I can't tell you how many times through the years everything always goes back to camp and the lack thereof. And B, this is exactly what you're getting at. I mean, if you're the Nets, of course these reps are crucial. And of course, everybody's got to be sitting there going, oh, what the hell is going to happen in the next couple weeks? I mean, is Kyrie actually going to get this shot? Is this going to become even bigger of a distraction once they get home? I mean, this is the issue that specifically these teams in New York and out here in San Francisco with the Warriors, that's why it is so much different. I mean, it's one thing for a guy in Orlando, let's take Jonathan Isaac, not to get the vaccine and explain himself, but there are no repercussions. There's not a problem for these teams, and especially now with the Nets, to potentially not have Kyrie for a week or 2 weeks or whatever the case may be, as he follows the protocols and feels more comfortable about taking the shot. It's a huge issue, but I'm with you. I don't want to hear any excuses if you're the Nets months from now saying, oh, well, you know, we really haven't been together and we really haven't been healthy. I mean, injuries are always going to be part of the game. That's part of the deal. But if you're not allowing yourself to have that time together when the protocols are what they are and the city rules are what they are, in this case in New York City, then, you know, I think Kyrie, if the Nets have any kind of struggles, is going to face even more blame, because this was a choice that he could have made and made everything a lot easier on.
Right, and there's almost no way out of it. So let's say that Kyrie, you know, misses a couple of home games early on, and then, because I think they open the season in Milwaukee, right? Don't they?
Yeah, yes, they're in Milwaukee, and then at Philadelphia.
Okay, so let's say, like, in those two games, Kyrie averages like 32 points, 9 assists, shoots 58% from the field, 48% from the field. Let's say he's just awesome, right? Like nothing to just wow, Kyrie full part top of his game, ankles healthy. Well, then it's like, yeah, dude, that's great. You played great, but now you can't play your home opener. And then if it's the opposite, if Kyrie plays poorly, in those first 2 games, then it's going to be like, well, it's because he doesn't get to practice with the team. He's in a no-win situation. The other thing I'm going to say is, I'm sure fans are wondering, what's the delay? Either yay or nay, what's the delay? And one of the things is, in talking to some people, one of the ways, first off, Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York, commented on this, and he made it pretty clear. He didn't say exactly these words, but he made it pretty clear. He's not sending out a life raft to Kyrie. He basically is like, I'm not giving an exemption. Kyrie, he made it clear that there wasn't going to be something from that because he has been a Nets fan in the past. He lives in Brooklyn, etc. There's no special treatment coming for Kyrie. Second thing is the law, the ordinance, the executive order, I'm not sure what the exact correct verbiage is. It's not comprehensive and totally cleanly written. It's unclear how, because it refers to the rules being different for, quote, non-residents, which is supposed to be for, players who are visiting. If you're a visiting team, you're a non-resident, so you can come in and play. Well, Kyrie isn't a resident of New York City. He lives in New Jersey, I believe. So he potentially, not just he, but others out there who are affected by this, potentially could challenge this in a way that that there's a loopholes in the legal language. I don't know if he's going to do that, but there are more ways for him possibly he's thinking of to get this handled than just simply getting vaccinated. So keep an eye on that. I'm not saying I know what they're going to do. I just know that that's one of the things that's at least been looked at. Go ahead.
I have a couple things. One, to go back to your point earlier about how camp coaches love to talk about the narrative about, we didn't have these guys in camp once the season's over. That was one of the excuses the Clippers gave when Kawhi Leonard and Paul George were not able to participate in camp, and then they suffered their meltdown in the bubble afterwards. Doc Rivers just kept saying, we didn't have these guys for camp. And it started that way because those guys were injured coming into camp. So, yes, you're right. Coaches always turn back to it. Number 2, I thought one thing that was very interesting while we were in San Diego was Joe Tsai did a couple sit-downs with the 2 Nets beat writers that did come out from New York. And he told Brian Lewis from the New York Post that our goal, he said, I respect what Kyrie's saying, that he is, these are for personal reasons and things of that nature. But he also said, what is our goal? Our goal is to win a championship. And in order to win a championship, we all have to be on the same page, pulling in the same direction. And, of course, Joe Tsai is a big proponent of getting vaccinated. So he wants to see this team not be pulled in different directions, be on the same page, be together all about winning a championship. And so when the owner is trying to set that, I think that agenda, I think Kyrie is probably going to eventually have to fall in line. Number 3, about the schedule. They open at Milwaukee. And then after that, they go and play the Sixers, 2 big games. They have a 6-game homestand after that, Brian. If Kyrie Irving is not vaccinated by then, that is 6 games, 6 of your first 8 games without Kyrie Irving. That is a long stretch.
I have to say, 6-game homestands are unusual. I mean, they obviously happen. 6-game homestands in October?
Yeah. And then after that, they go on the road for 6 straight games. So then they would have Kyrie for a long time if Kyrie is not vaccinated up to that point and he continues this whole little thing. So it'll be a story that will not go away if he is not vaccinated by the start of the season, because they play Charlotte after Milwaukee and at Philadelphia. They play Charlotte, much improved. Washington, which, of course, we'll have to see Bradley Beal coming. Will Bradley Beal be vaccinated by then? We don't know. The Miami Heat, Indiana Pacers, and Detroit Pistons all at home, and then the Atlanta Hawks, and then they head on the road.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Bart Scott and Alan Hahn are Bart and Hahn.
Is the walk-off home run the best way to walk off in a game? In basketball, you can have a buzzer beater. In hockey, you can score an OT, which is, in playoff OT is ridiculous. You score a goal, right? Football is 66-yard field goal. Or, again, a touchdown. What's the best moment you can think of, a walk-off moment? With the home run, this is why I feel like that's a really good one, because everything else, the minute it happens, the goal, the field goal, you are surrounded by everyone, and you're just to jump all over you. The home run, you got to run the bases. You literally get a victory lap. In what other sport, right, do you have a walk-off moment where you literally have a victory lap before, and then everybody's waiting for you? Think about this, Bart. You do something, and then you got to run to people because they're waiting for you at home plate. Now, if you're Jose Altuve, of course, you got to hide your tattoo, so you want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Bart and Hahn, weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+. Canty and Golick Jr.
That secondary for Tampa is something that we have to keep an eye on, but if their defensive front can create the kind of pressure that they showed and they completely erase the running game, that's going to give that back end an opportunity to get things worked out. It's something to keep an eye on, but I don't know if I'm ringing the alarms just yet. Tampa's going to have an opportunity based on what their offense is capable of doing to survive until they get healthier on the back end.
Canty and Golick Jr. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna survive. There's no way I'm gonna let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not save my life. It may save my children's lives. It may save someone you love.
Get this cancer about you. Let's do it.
Live. Fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
When you look at certain franchises, these storied, historical franchises, certainly that's the Yankees, certainly that's the Lakers, and certainly that's the Steelers. People look at the way an organization behaves. The Rooney family, I could see this as an example of, yup, we bit the bullet that one season, but that's Ben Roethlisberger and we're the Pittsburgh Steelers.
GJ and Max, mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Mark Robbins, the Houston Astros now have a 2-0 lead on the Chicago White Sox in their best-of-5 American League Divisional Series. The Astros broke a 4-4 tie in the 7th, scoring 5 times, including Kyle Tucker's 2-run homer, wound up beating the White Sox 9-4. Remember, every Major League Baseball postseason game will be heard live right here on ESPN Radio. Saturday night, the trilogy comes alive as the WBC World Heavyweight Champ Tyson Fury and former champ Deontay Wilder meet for the third and decisive time. Fury got the knockout in their second fight to even the series and grab the belt. He's predicting another victory. ESPN boxing analyst Teddy Atlas says Wilder is fighting for a title and maybe even something more.
Your identity, the most important thing that we have in life, who we are, what we are, how we feel about ourselves, how we represent ourselves, our identity. That's at stake right now. It really, truly is in real life. We're wild.
It's ESPN boxing analyst Teddy Atlas. College football, LSU removing all COVID-19 protocol for the remaining home football games on the schedule beginning October 16th against Florida. In the NFL, Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey listed as doubtful for Sunday's game against the Eagles, dealing with an injured hamstring. He's been limited in practice the last couple of days. Tampa Bay will be without Rob Gronkowski and Antoine Winfield Jr. for Sunday's game against Miami. And in the NHL, the Florida Panthers signed Alexander Barkov to an 8-year, $80 million extension.
We're back on Monday, reacting to all of the MLB playoff action. Plus, everything you need to know about Week 5 in the NFL and Week 6 in college football. That's Monday morning on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio.
And I'd add this to Ohm's point, B, real quick. You said a little bit ago, Kyrie's in a no-win situation. And my argument back would be, well, he can win the situation. Get the vaccine. And my point in all that would be, these are the rules. If there is no help from de Blasio coming, and there is no religious exemption, and the Nets and Kyrie's, the team around him can't find a way for him to skirt around the rules that are in place within New York City, then take the shot and be a member of the team and follow the rules of what is going on. I mean, that's the issue to me. Whether you believe in taking the vaccine or not, if the rules are in place and they say, well, you've got to do this in order to do your job, then that's what it is.
Well, and that's essentially what happened with Wiggins. And the thing is I've talked to NBA executives at the ownership level, up to numerous levels, but up to NBA owners. I've talked to them in the last week or so about it, both about the vaccine situation and the Ben Simmons situation. And we've talked about this, and it's one of these things where really it comes down to the money. They basically lined this up to make the money be such that the players are made uncomfortable enough to go with what the teams want them to do. And in the case of Wiggins, I mean, Wiggins hasn't spoken about why he got vaccinated, but it seems like the league ruling that he would lose, how much was it, Nick? 300-something thousand a game?
Yeah, several $100,000 a game.
They made the announcement that was going to happen, and Andrew got vaccinated within 48 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think for Kyrie, you could be looking at $381,000 per game.
Per home game. So, I was talking to putting the money, like in the case of Ben Simmons, they put the money that they were supposed to pay him last week in escrow. That he was supposed to, get $8.25 million. As we talked about on this pod before, they put the money in escrow, and they're going to fine him out of that escrow. In other words, they're going to pull the money out of the escrow as each day passes and each fine passes. And the reason they're doing that is, if they had paid him that $8 million and then tried to peel money out of his future paychecks, it would have been hard and taken a long time to get the fine money that they were due, because he would have already had half of his salary in his pocket. And so this is a way that they were able to, sort of get their fine money. And that is a maneuver that is actually commonplace in the NFL. And I actually spent some time talking to Mike Tannenbaum, who works with us at ESPN. He was the general manager or president, I'm not sure what his title was, of the Jets and the Dolphins. and I'm not sure what his background was before that. But, you know, holdouts in the NFL, when I say holdout, I mean a guy under contract not playing, are way more prevalent. They've been going on for decades. The NBA, we've seen a lot of guys not sign who don't have contracts. Technically not a holdout. We call it a holdout, but a holdout is sort of means that you're under contract and not showing up. And in the NFL, they have a system where players' signing bonuses are held in escrow. And apparently this is from an old time back in, you know, the day when these NFL teams weren't filthy rich, and they were worried about signing, but whether teams didn't have the money to pay signing bonuses. Because signing bonuses, you know, are paid out over the years, even though it's called a signing bonus. So, like, if you have a signing bonus, if you have a 5-year contract and you have a $10 million signing bonus, you get like $2 million per year, usually in a lump sum. But so they have to put the money in an escrow account for that signing bonus. And so when some of these players who are holding out of the NFL, you know, most of the time with star players, you're not going to hold out for a bigger contract if you're not a star player. So you would have a significant signing bonus in all likelihood. They would take the money out of that escrow account the exact same way the Sixers have done this. So in a lot of ways, the Sixers are kind of following the NFL's protocol on how to deal with the holdout by creating this escrow account. The thing about the NFL is that the NFL has a bunch of, so for years, what would happen in the NFL is a guy would hold out. In fact, I was talking to Tannenbaum about Darrelle Revis. He was the general manager of the Jets when Darrelle Revis was the number one defensive back in the NFL, and he was holding out. In fact, it was during Hard Knocks that season.
Revis Island.
Revis Island. Were you living in New York? I don't know. You weren't covering the Jets back then, were you?
I actually, it's funny because I'm one of the few writers that covered the NFL and the NBA. And so I covered the Giants and the Jets for several years, first as a backup on both teams, and then I covered the Giants as a beat writer. So I was around when the Revis Island holdout was going on, and that was a very, very contentious holdout.
Right. So, but what ended up happening with Revis, and also what ends up happening with a lot of times when a star player comes back in, in fact, I think the number that Tannenbaum told me was that about 90% of the time when the star player came back, either as part of his renegotiated contract or under an agreement, they usually would get all, or if not all, most of the fine money back. He was sort of like, come back in, let's put this, let's get on the same page and let's get this healthy. And that's one of the things that Ben Simmons' side has put out, and not unreasonably, quite frankly, the idea that he might get the fine money back in the long run, or at least a big share of it. So that was happening so often in the NFL that the CBA and the NFL changed, and they made a rule that once you got fined, you couldn't get it back. Even if you were, had a change of heart and came skipping into your team facility with your owner singing Kumbaya and with lollipops and rainbows, no matter what, you couldn't get it back. Once the fine money was gone, you can't get it. And I think that we are seeing such a precedent-setting situation. It wouldn't surprise me that, especially with so many star players now locked into long-term contracts, that so many of them have extended, somebody else is going to get upset and somebody else is going to want to trade. And if Ben Simmons is successful here, they're going to want to maybe try the same thing. And so this is, all these teams and owners are watching this and watching how Philadelphia handles it. And here we have, I think there's only like 15 or 18 guys in the NBA who get their money in advance, like Simmons is or was. He's not getting it in advance anymore. But setting up an escrow account and finding it out of that is maybe the future of it, even though that's not listed in the CBA. It is not part of a tradition in the NBA or a standard procedure. And then I wouldn't be surprised if in the future that the NBA owners try to get into the new CBAs. What happens if you hold out? Because the NFL guys have done that so that they can take that money. And so what this all gets down to is whether it's the vaccine or whether it's Simmons, the position that the NBA is taking is that they are going to bleed them out with these fines and, suspensions. And that, Nick, I mean, it was so much money for Andrew Wiggins, even though he said, don't count my money. It's just common sense to look at it and think about how much money that is, especially for a player who very likely will not make this type of salary for the rest of his career. These are going to be his salad days in terms of salary. He's never, going to just make this money back, right?
No doubt. And in the end, that's exactly why the Warriors, as uncomfortable at times as Monday's media day got when Wiggins was kind of going back and forth with reporters saying, hey, it's my problem as far as any lost earnings, not yours. That's why there was never that deep of a concern that he would continue the stance into the regular season and miss the hundreds of thousands of dollars of game checks that were on the line. And this is what Ohm was referring to with Kyrie. I mean, in the end, the Warriors always figured that Wiggins would take the shot because there was way too much money on the line. And it was very clear in listening to his initial comments was that it had gotten out in the first place, that he hadn't gotten the shot, and that somebody in the organization had put it out there that he was still unvaccinated and ran the risk of potentially losing those checks. And that's kind of caused a little bit of an issue for now, because the Warriors for so long have been so pro player and want to be that beacon of a team that.
Yeah, but it's also the NBA. I mean, the NBA also in an effort to set a precedent, put his name in a press release. They're like, by the way, we rejected Andrew Wiggins' appeal. That's Andrew Wiggins, Wiggins, Golden State Warriors.
Right. So, I mean, as far as the Wiggins case, there are some layers here, but in the end, anybody you talk to in there, whatever Andrew's beliefs may be, he applied for that religious exemption. The league declined it. The Warriors always felt like the money was too great, and that they felt when push came to shove, he was going to get the shot. He has. With the Kyrie stuff, I'm not sure exactly how it plays out. And B, I throw this in there in the context of the Simmons conversation while we're going through all this. Why hasn't he been moved yet? Like, what is the holdup? They just don't feel like they're getting enough back, because this thing is going to be a mess.
Why does anybody not get traded? Because you can't agree on a trade.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna survive. There's no way I'm gonna let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not save my life. It may save my children's life. It may save someone you love.
You ain't get this cancer about you. Let's do it.
Live. Fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
When you look at certain franchises, these storied, historical franchises, certainly that's the Yankees, certainly that's the Lakers, and certainly that's the Steelers. People look at the way an organization behaves. The Rooney family, I can see this as an example of, yup, we bit the bullet that one season, but that's Ben Roethlisberger and we're the Pittsburgh Steelers.
GJ and Max. Mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is Bart and Hahn.
You are a Raven, so you are all for what John Harbaugh did at the end of the game when they beat the Broncos. As we know, Vic Fangio, the coach of the Broncos, who had spent time in the Ravens organization, he didn't like it.
It was to be expected, and we expected it, because I just know how they operate. That's just their, mode of operation there. Player safety is secondary.
How about this, Vic Fangio? What was player safety when you're trying to throw touchdown passes with like 20 seconds to go? Where's your player safety? Miss me with all that sentimental crap. Talking about they don't care about player safety because you didn't care about your player safety because the game was over with 23 seconds. Why the hell are you still trying to score? Which means what? What happens when you score? The most dangerous play in all of football is the kickoff, especially when you talk about an onside kick, because you have to line up and you have to go run and try and decleat people to knock the ball out. So what are you talking about, Vic Fangio?
Bart and Hahn, weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+. Mike Greenberg is Greeny.
The Cowboys are balanced. They're great running it on offense. They're great throwing it on offense. Their quarterback is a superstar. They have two-headed running backs. They got great receivers. They have a great offensive line. The defense is getting way better. It's opportunistic. The Cowboys are legit the best team in the NFC, and that absolutely shocks me.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+.
You know what, though? I think when we were talking about the NFL versus the NBA, and I feel this is the difference here, and you were like, you also made it a question of whether or not Ben Simmons gets traded, which made me realize that because I've been around the NBA for so long, and I've been attuned, and I've become accustomed to stars getting their way when they demand a trade, you almost always assume that he is going to be gone. Like, it has never entered my mind that Ben Simmons is coming back to Philadelphia in some form or manner this season. Like, that bridge is being burned, torched, destroyed, bombed, nuked in every which way. And so it's just like, okay, this is what stars do. They force their way out. They try to make it as bad as possible. Harden was even asked this 2 days ago or 3 days ago, like, do you see any similarities? Are you tracking what's happening with Ben Simmons to your situation? What happened in Houston? It was a little uncomfortable. Harden was like, oh, they're two different situations. And he said, but my situation was uncomfortable. And he was like, and I don't like being uncomfortable. I don't like negativity around me. He said, I like positivity, and I had to kind of go through that.
By the way, that was a very interesting, stop for a second, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting answer that he gave there. He also said, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have it in front of me. He also said that he was kind of just banking on people forgetting about it.
Yeah, I think he said that hopefully now we've kind of gotten past it, that it's worked out for both sides.
Yeah, he kind of spoke the quiet part out loud there, which was the calculus that you do here as a star player is, all right, I'll take a couple of bad weeks and get out of it, and it'll just be forgotten about. I mean, certain people never forget about it, but certainly when James Harden shows up for a game, it won't be a topic of conversation.
Yeah,
when the Nets play the Bucks.
Let me give the exact quote because I have it in front of me. It was a little uncomfortable for me just because I don't like a lot of attention, especially negative energy or draining energy. I like to be in a good place. I like to smile and have people around me smiling and good vibes. So it was kind of a little uncomfortable for me, but I had to go through it. And on the other side, I am happy to where I am now. Hopefully everybody forgot about it. Hopefully everybody moved on and everybody is great.
Right. Like that's I mean, we know that, but like Kim just basically admitting that was the game plan, which again, if you're an NBA owner, that is not what you want to hear, because if you're, player X and you're under contract for 3 years and $120 million and you're done with your situation and you call up James Harden and are like, James, how did you make it through that? And James is like, listen, man, it was tough for a few weeks, but everybody forgot. Don't even worry about it. I mean, like, this is what Anthony Davis would say, too. I don't think Anthony Davis loved it, although, the That's All, he kind of lost any sort of high ground with the That's All folks shirt on the last day of the season. Like Anthony Davis, his lasted a little bit longer because he had sort of that zombie period where he was, like, playing in every 2 out of every 3 games or whatever it was for New Orleans, just sort of finishing out that season. But like, he doesn't have any regrets about that.
This is the superstar blueprint for asking for a trade, right? We've seen it go back for decades.
They need Ben Simmons. Like, when I say they, the owners and the teams need Ben Simmons to be scarred. They need him to come through this and be like, I hated going through that. I lost X number of $1 million. I developed an ulcer. I was miserable because if he comes through this and gets his money and gets what he wants, there's no, I mean, it's already becoming commonplace. There's no, but recently it's been guys on the last year of their contract where they have more leverage. But if Ben Simmons comes through this and he just gives the same interview that James Harden did in a year, yeah, it was uncomfortable for a couple of weeks, but everybody forgot about it. That's a victory for the players and a victory for the stars and problematic for the owners. This is something that is definitely on the topic of conversation right now.
That's the difference between the NBA and the NFL. In the NFL, the players don't have the power. In the NBA, the players do. I mean, a lot of it has to do with guaranteed contracts, right? Like in covering the NFL and the NBA, one thing you notice is that NFL players, they're scared of, they don't have the power, so they're scared of saying things. They're not as outspoken as they do. They're scared of the owner, so they're going to always fall in line. And they are always fighting for whatever that big payday is. That's why a superstar like Rodriguez is held out for so long because he knows he only has so many checks, so many big paydays. Whereas in the NBA, players are their own corporations. They'll say whatever they want to say, and they know they're going to get the money. They know they're going to get their money. Even if NBA players know you're going to lose money, they know they're going to recoup it.
They're trying to unguarantee the contract. That's what they're doing. What they're saying is, if you don't show up because of the vaccine or you don't show up because of a holdout, we're unguaranteeing the contract. We're going to take your money. And, when Andrew Wiggins signed that contract, whatever it was, $140 million or whatever, he believed he was getting all that money. Okay, he knows if he gets a technical or if he flagrant to somebody and gets suspended a game, okay. But he never operated with the belief that he would have to get a vaccination to keep millions of his dollars. So they're trying to unguarantee the money whenever they can, and that's really when I say they, that's the league and the team. That's their game plan.
What does a win in this case then for the owners as it pertains to Simmons' situation? What does a win look like for them?
I would say it would be Ben Simmons reporting, but I think that ship has sailed, and I don't think it would work. So, but I think a win would be for the next superstar who's thinking about holding out, not holding out. I think that's the win, and we may never even know about that win. It's, I think that's what what they're looking for. I don't know about this exact situation. This one may not be salvageable for a win.
It's funny because right now we're talking about two players that it very much feels like they are taking a stand for two different principles. Kyrie, the reason why we don't know, like to Nick's point, any logical person would say, if you're going to lose $381,000 per game, you at some point just get the shot. If these are the rules set up, get the shot. But Kyrie, and you were saying like it's not set up for him to win. Nick, Kyrie may not looking at Kyrie may like a win is not getting the shot. And I think that's the whole thing. If you look at it from his point of view, if you're willing to put the money behind his stance and what he really believes is going to stand for, he's going to have to lose the checks. And he might be willing to do that. Ben Simmons, on the other hand, his whole principle is basically he is not happy. He felt he was probably done wrong by Doc and the Sixers or whatever. He wants a new spot to go to. It's so interesting to watch these two guys to see how far they're going to take this. How far are they going to take this where they're going to take this stance for what they believe in?
And that's why I think part of it is the win. In this case, let's go back to Simmons. The win is the owners, in this case, get the money. They keep that money that you're talking about, B. That there is some kind of.
But they're prepared to. Well, I mean, in the case of Wiggins, he's overpaid. But they don't. They're not doing it to keep the money. They want their whole team on the court.
Right, but in place of that, if Ben Simmons holds to, I am never playing for the Sixers again, never gonna happen, then in some small way, I would think the Sixers could come back and say, okay, well, we are not giving you money for missing all of training camp and potentially, if this stretches a little longer, missing these games. That money is never coming back.
Okay, well, thanks for listening to the Collective Podcast. Thank you to Nick. Thank you to Owen. Thank you to our producer, Jackson. Everybody, I hope you enjoy your week, and we'll talk to you soon.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is Bart and Hahn.
You know how long the season is, man. This ain't college where you play 11 games. What the hell are you talking about?
Lock it down.
I have never, in all my years of football, ever lost a game or ever won a game and the coach didn't fly back with the team. You had one job, Urban Meyer. Do not embarrass us. You did it when you hired the strength coach. You did it when you brought in Tim Tebow. You did it when you made the vaccination comments. You did it when you practiced us too much and we lost future practices. Now you did it because now you got Lapgate. Man, I'm tired. I need a damn bath. I need a nap. It's not even been a month of the season and you already got 5 violations. Are you trying to get fired? Because you're doing a damn good job if you're trying to, man. Come on, man. Don't come to me, but hey, Bart, you came to practice late. Man, you ain't even come back after we lost. I don't want to hear nothing from you, dog.
Bart and Hahn. Weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
And we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium here in Vincent, Ohio. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones. And after an hour's delay, Sean, we're finally about ready to get underway tonight.
Yeah, the lightning has left the area. The rain, however, has stuck around, so that could be a factor in this one tonight. You know, Andy, watching, it didn't really appear as if Cambridge quarterback Cade Moore really had too much problem slinging the ball around in this wet weather. So we'll see if in game time conditions that stays the same, but that one could be a big factor in this when you talk about a team who does like to throw it around in Cambridge. We'll see how much this inclement weather can or will play negatively against maybe what they want to do game plan against the Warriors.
A little bit of light rain still falling here, 68 degrees as we are just about set to get underway here, and it was the Warren Warriors winning the toss and deferring to the second half. So Cambridge will start with the ball, and Sam Perdue has it teed up at the 40-yard line, and back to receive the kickoffs is Owen Feldner, number 3. And we are just about ready to go here from Warren High School on a rainy Friday night, but nice and dry here in the press box.
That's right.
Perdue puts a foot into it, and it's going to come down to Feldner at about the 14-yard line. He's out across the 25, still on his feet. He's got a big hole. Feldner on his horse, 50, 40, just got one man to beat. Feldner is going to take this one all the way back to 86 yards for a touchdown.
Wow, how about that? That's a big swing in the momentum category right off the bat for the Bobcats, and after that long layoff, they came out ready to play.
Oh, wow. Feldner, he got out to about the 40, 45-yard line, and only at that point he was pretty much ahead of everybody else and only had Perdue to beat. And Perdue tried to pursue him with an angle, but Feldner just took it right down the line, 86 yards for the touchdown.
Yeah, just too fast. What a run.
Lucas Parsons on to attempt the extra point. It is up, and it is good So 11 minutes, 50 seconds to go here in the first quarter, and it's Cambridge 7 and Warren nothing. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
My name is Dr. Walter Kerschel. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Camden Clark Medical Center in Parkersburg. Everyone in our community needs to get vaccinated. We've developed good vaccinations. We know that they're safe, they're effective, and they do prevent hospitalization and reduce the risk of dying from this virus. We've got to increase the vaccination rates, and it's the one way that we can help, again, protect ourselves, protect our families, and protect our community.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, you know, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
Some interesting facts
so
about...
After an 86-yard kickoff return for Owen Feldner, the Cambridge Bobcats take a 7-0 lead, and then Parsons for the kickoff for the Cambridge Bobcats goes out of bounds at about the 3-yard line, so Warren will take over 1st and 10 at their own 35 following the penalty.
Night where you would imagine might want to keep it on the ground a bit more with this rain falling, and nice steady rain.
So we thought we'd see the Cambridge offense first, but we're going to see the Warren offense on the field first with sophomore quarterback Trent Taylor. He's got a back beside him and behind him from the pistol formation. He's going to hand the ball off to Williams. He's going to pound forward across the 35 out to about the 39-yard line for a gain of 4 on the play, on the first play from scrimmage for Jason Williams, the sophomore running back who went over 1,000 yards last Friday night at Vinton County on the season.
Really nice season. It looks like a Warrior shaking up, getting off the sideline here.
Give him almost 5 on the carry, out to about the 39.5-yard line. So it'll bring up 2nd down on a long 5 for the Warren Warriors. Just underway in this one after an hour-long lightning delay. Taylor will take the snap, and he's going to keep it himself this time, get out across the 40 to about the 43-yard line. It'll be a couple of yards short of the 1st down.
You know, that's something we saw last week against Vinton County a little bit more often than we've seen so far during the course of an entire game. And that's Taylor using his feet a little bit more. And I tell you, he's so tall that when he just falls forward, there's 2 yards.
Taylor at 6'5", 180-pound sophomore. 3rd down and 2. The handoff is going to go to Williams. He's going to pound forward for the 1st down, out across the 45 to about the 47-yard line. Give him 4 more yards on that, and a 1st down for the Warren Warriors.
Nice job by the offensive line, opening up holes, and a lot of those seniors that we saw march out, thankfully, before the weather disrupted things tonight, and there on that offensive line. Ashton Sailing, Hunter Vincent, J.T. Rice, Carter Armstrong, Eugene Paul. 1st down and 10 for the Warriors as we are approaching the 10-minute mark here in the first half. Now we'll see 5 wide receivers spread out in the pattern as 3 out to the left, 2 to the right for Trent Taylor, who's all by himself in the backfield. He sends a man in motion now and will take the snap and back to throw and looks across, and the pass is tipped too high and intercepted by Davion Jeffrey of the Bobcats. He returns the ball inside the Warren 35-yard line down to about the 31-yard line, and a turnover right there for the Warren Warriors. An interception right through the hands of Zach Lucas. And Cambridge, what a start to this one. And I thought that the Warren offense was getting some things going there on the ground. A pretty nice first series.
Jeffrey with the interception, and he returns it back to the Warren 30-yard line, where the Bobcats will set up 1st and 10 deep in Warren territory. Caden Moore will hand the ball off to Caden Kenworthy, and he's going to bounce outside, and he has some running room, 20, 15, inside the 15, down to the 10, and shoved out of bounds at about the 7-yard line. Actually shoved out of bounds at the 9.
Big run. Kenworth, their leading rusher. And they are dangerously close from a 2-touchdown lead.
So first down and goal for the Cambridge Bobcats from the Warren 9-yard line. Moore in the pistol. He's going to hand the ball off to Kenworthy, and he's going to push forward down to about the 7-yard line. Kenworthy, 21 yards on that first carry, and just a couple on that one. Going to mark it exactly at the 7-yard line, where it'll be second down and goal for the Bobcats. 9:15 to go on a turning first quarter clock. Moore from the pistol formation has 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. He's going to look to throw, and then he's going to pull it down. He's got some running room, and Moore's going to barrel forward. He's going to get short of the end zone, but he's going to get down to the 1, and a gain of 6 for Moore on the quarterback keeper. We'll bring up third and goal from the 1-yard line.
Looked like maybe a bit of an option play. Good idea to just keep it himself.
Moore is going to keep it himself once again. He's going to get forward, and did he get in there?
I'm not sure he did.
They say he did not get there. He's a little bit short. Less than a half yard to go here on fourth down.
Big play for the Warren front, defensive front here.
So fourth down and goal from about the half-yard line. Full house backfield here, and a whistle and a timeout called by the Warren Warriors. So 8 minutes and 11 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Cambridge with a 7-0 lead and knocking on the door. Big fourth down play when we come back. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Facts about golf from Lakeside Golf Course. Walter Hagen is considered to be the very first professional golfer. Hagen made his living in the 1920s as a golf pro, teaching lessons to amateurs. And think about this, with so much money being won on today's men's and women's golf tours. In 1962, Jack Nicklaus received his first ever check from a PGA golf event when he won $33.33 at the LA Open. Lakeside Golf Course in Beverly. Call 740-984-4265 for your tee time.
As Staley Countryside Meat Company, we approach each processing order with individual care and attention. We take special pride in our work to make sure you are satisfied with the meat product that ends up on your kitchen table. Call Staley Countryside Meat Company today at 740-989-2076 to schedule your meat processing needs. We also do our best to accommodate special requests from cutting to wrapping. Staley Countryside Meat Company, we're a cut above the rest.
And we welcome you back to Warren Warrior Stadium, and the direct snap goes to Kenworthy, and he barrels his way forward for the last yard for the Cambridge touchdown. And just like that, it's 13-0 Bobcats.
Yeah, not even a full 4 minutes off the clock in this one, Andy, and Cambridge in control.
Parsons' extra point is up and is good. So 8 minutes and 6 seconds to go here in the first quarter. It's Cambridge 14 and Warren nothing. We will keep it right here for the moment and remind you that following tonight's game, we will choose the Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game. Kettle One Teamwear at 313 Green Street in Marietta, the best in team uniforms, screen printing, and embroidery. Give them a call at 740-373-7969, and they will set you up. Also, stick around at halftime. I know that's a ways away now since we had an hour-long delay, but we'll have the Tonight in Ohio High School Football halftime show. Skip Mossick, your host for that. Zides High School Football wrap-up show tomorrow morning about 9:20. And so much more. Mountaineers, a noon kickoff. Buckeyes, a noon kickoff.
Jam-packed day.
So Parsons set to kick this one off once again, and he will do so, and it will drive Williams all the way back to the 10-yard line. And actually, that was Fairbanks that took the ball and a handoff to Williams. And Williams gets out across the 20 to about the 23-yard line, which is where the Warriors will start 1st and 10 on their second possession of the night.
Well, Warriors were able to move the ball a little bit on possession number 1. Bit of a wet ball sliding through the hands of the receiver. Put the Bobcats in really good position to go up 14-0 after the interception. Yet another one of those that Taylor might have thrown a bit hard, but not really his fault.
So now a whistle and a timeout is going to be called by the Cambridge Bobcats before the snap could even take place. So 7:59 to go here in the first quarter. It's Cambridge 14, Warren nothing. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit WetzCompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
Good things come to those who wait, except when it comes to your health. If you've delayed your annual checkup or are looking for a change, now's the time to visit WVU Medicine Primary Care, now open in the newest location at Harbor Point, Williamstown. The area's most preferred name in medicine is accepting new patients and just minutes away. Schedule an appointment at mywvuchart.com or call 304-865-5101. Your health, your choice. WVU Medicine Primary Care in Williamstown.
And after the timeout, Taylor takes the snap, fumbles the football on the handoff, and Cambridge recovers the fumble, but there's a flag on the play. So we'll see what the penalty is.
Well, not the way you want to start senior night.
Oh, wow. So a personal foul against the Warren Warriors after Cambridge recovered the fumble. So that penalty will be half the distance to the goal, and Cambridge will start 1st and 10 from just outside the 10-yard line.
Didn't see anything extracurricular happening there. Wonder what that call was for.
It was actually behind the play, I think.
Yeah.
But I did not see what happened. So the penalty will be half the distance to the goal from the 21-yard line. So we'll move the ball down between they're going to mark it right at the 10 and make it 1st and goal.
So another flag coming in from somewhere.
Yeah. We have an unsportsmanlike conduct now penalty against the Warren Warriors. So let's move it half the distance to the goal again, and it'll be 1st and goal from the 5-yard line now for Cambridge.
What? I have no clue.
I mean, unless someone just said something.
And I mean, at that point, like, listen, it's football. People are going to get their feelings hurt.
So 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy, and he is going to barrel forward and get into the end zone for another Cambridge Bobcat touchdown.
Cambridge stage penalty.
So not even 5 clock minutes into this one, it is 20-0 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. And Parsons on to attempt another extra point. Ball is down, kick is up, and the kick is good.
Parsons, extra point's good, making the score.
So with 7:49 to go here in the first quarter, It's Cambridge 21 and Warren nothing. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
The chances of making 2 consecutive holes in one is nearly impossible. The odds are 65 million to 1, so there is a chance. In 1971 in Norwich, England, John Hudson accomplished this feat with aces at the 11th and 12th holes. The 11th was 195 yards, and the 12th, a whopping 311 yards. An interesting golf fact from your friends at Lakeside Golf Course. Please call ahead for your tee time at 740-984-4265. Lakeside Golf Course, State Route 60 in Beverly.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, you know, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
And we welcome you back to Warren Warrior Field, and the kickoff once again for the Bobcats is going to be taken at about the 14-yard line, out across the 30, out to about the 35-yard line is Jason Williams on the return. Actually going to get out to about the 37-yard line.
Jason Williams on the return to the 1st and 10 Warriors.
They're going to mark the ball at the 36-yard line.
Well, hopefully Warren Warriors can get themselves a bit fired up now.
They've put themselves in a big hole early. They're down 21-0 with not even 5 minutes off of this first quarter clock. So Taylor from the pistol with a back behind him and a bunch formation of receivers to the right. Taylor will take the snap and pitch it to Williams, and he's going to turn to the right. He's going to try and bounce off a defender and get out to about the 39-yard line. Give him about 3 yards on that carry. Make it 2nd down and 7 from the 39-yard line. Taylor will back up into the pistol formation once again. One receiver out wide to the right and a couple more closer to the left. And handoff gets to Williams once again. He's going to go left this time out to about the 42-yard line. Give him about another 3 yards on the carry, and it'll bring up 3rd down and about 3. Mark the ball right at the 43-yard line, and it'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Warriors.
Well, line's been able to, not produce things going forward for Williams tonight. That's for sure, and really disappointing how that first drive ended now.
So it's 3rd down and 3 for the Warriors. Taylor back to throw. He's going to fake the handoff and look over the middle. He's got a receiver wide open, and he dropped it. Wow. Intended for Trenton Fox. He was behind the defense at about the 40-yard line, and all he really had to do was catch that one, and he would have walked into the end zone.
Yikes. And another one where Taylor put the ball right on him. Receiver just unable to come up with it.
So Williams will be on to kick the football away and back to return the punt. And it's taken at about the 30-yard line, and barreling out across the 35 is Davey and Jeffrey, and he's going to get out to about the 39-yard line, which is where Cambridge will start with the ball. 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line. 6 minutes, 9 seconds to go here in the first quarter. 21-0 in favor of the Bobcats, and the first time they started on offense inside their own territory.
Yeah, they've been gifted with really good field position and a couple of penalty flags that have made their touchdowns, well, quite close to the goal line.
So Moore in the shotgun, 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. The handoff's going to go to Kenworthy, and he's going to be wrapped up, and then finally a couple of Warriors help Jason Williams finish Kenworthy off, but he gets out to about the 43-yard line, a gain of 4 on the play. It'll bring up second down and actually mark it at the 44, a gain of 5. Bring up second down and 5. So now Moore in the shotgun with 1 receiver out to each side and a back beside him each way. And the handoff this time is going to go to Trey Stotsberry. He's going to get to about the 45-yard line. So just a gain of 1 on the play for Stotsberry. And it'll bring up third down and 4.
Stotsberry's first run of the night. We'll see him as a change of pace to Kenworthy. He has a couple of touchdowns already.
So third down and 4. 1 receiver out to the right, 2 to the left, and a back beside Moore in the shotgun. He's back to throw. He's going to look, and then he's going to roll out to his right and look and still throw, and is going to be caught inside the 45-yard line. With the catch is Levin Pulaski.
Levin Pulaski on the carry, the first down.
And the ball is he's going to be shoved out of bounds at about the Warren 38-yard line. So that's going to be a pass play of 17 yards and first down and 10 for the Bobcats.
Bobcats haven't really had to throw it around much tonight, Andy. Ground game has done plenty.
And this time the handoff's going to go to Kenworthy once again. He's going to push his way forward, still on his feet inside the 35, down to about the 32-yard line. A gain of 6 on that play for Kenworthy.
Second down 4.
I'll bring up second down and 4. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the first quarter, the handoff is going to go to Kenworthy again. This time he's going to be stopped right in his tracks by about 4 Warren Warrior defenders.
Nice job up front there.
Third down.
Look, that was number 50. Ashton Sailing had him wrapped up.
No gain on the play there. It'll bring up third down and 4 from the 32-yard line. And what are we going to have here? So a flag comes out, and
what do we got?
We got a dead ball, and a false start is going to be called against the Cambridge Bobcats. As a couple of the offensive linemen looked up to look over to change the play, a defender jumped off sides, but it was the offensive movement that triggered the defense, so it's a false start penalty. And move them back 5 yards and make it third down and 9 from the 37-yard line.
Well, big third down play here. If Warren's going to find a way to get back in this one, starts right here with this play.
So third down and 9, and the Bobcats are still going to send 3 receivers out to the left and 1 to the right, and Moore's going to roll out to his left and look to throw, and now he's going to throw, and it's going to be incomplete off the hand of Xander Caldwell.
Xander Caldwell incomplete, brings up fourth down.
And it's fourth down and 9 from the 37-yard line. So this is this spot on the field where it's certainly way too long for a field goal, and a punt probably isn't going to do you much good.
Yeah.
So fourth down and 9, and Moore is back to throw, looking. He's going to look deep, and he's going to run into a defender, and the pass is going to be incomplete, and Warren will take over on downs.
Landon Fairbanks and Cressy over on the coverage. Pair of freshman defensive backs.
So the Warriors will take over on downs.
Really nice job by those two this year.
At their own 37-yard line, first down and 10. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Cambridge leading 21-0.
2 early turnovers, the story of this one, Andy.
An interception and a fumble have pretty much led directly to 2 Cambridge touchdowns. First down and 10 for the Warriors. Taylor's going to take the snap and pitch it back and out to about the 39-yard line on the carry is Jason Williams, who was coming in motion from a slot receiver point. And so a gain of just 2 on the play for Williams will bring up second down and 8 from about the 39-yard line as we approach the 3-minute mark here in the first quarter.
That slow, steady rain, Andy, still coming down.
Mm-hmm. Taylor in the pistol with a back behind him and one to his side. The handoff goes to Williams. He's going to look to turn the left corner. He's got some running room out across the midfield stripe. Williams still on his feet inside Cambridge territory down to the 45-yard line. And a big 15-yard carry there for Jason Williams.
Yeah, really nice job of getting him to the edge.
At the Cambridge 44-yard line.
Moving the sticks.
Actually give him 17 on the carry to the 44-yard line of the Bobcats. Warren gets a first down and 10.
Get a touchdown here, boys. Get this one.
2 receivers in a bunch to the right, and now a handoff once again is going to go to Williams. He's going to look to turn the right side, and this time he's got some more running room inside the 35. Williams still on his feet down near the 25-yard line.
It'll be first down, Warriors at Cambridge 25-yard line.
Wow.
Give him 19 on that carry to the 25-yard line.
Big run to both sides of the field on back-to-back plays.
One to each side of the field, and
Warriors are rolling here.
So first down and 10 for the Warriors from the Cambridge 25-yard line. 2 receivers out wide to the left, and handoff goes to Williams once again. Actually, that's Bowers. Check that. He's not going to get anything on that carry.
Second down, 10.
And it'll bring up second down and 10. This is Taylor looking to the sideline for the play, and as we set a look, and now he has the play call, and he's going to back up with 2 receivers out to the right, back behind him. Taylor sends a man in motion. And the handoff is going to go to Williams once again. Williams loses the football. It's actually Bowers on the carry. He loses the football, and Cambridge comes up with the football once again.
Cambridge's ball. First and 10, Cambridge.
Well,
and a really good drive that time just snuffed out.
3 drives, and you might be able to excuse it all on the rain. The interception that went right through the hands of a receiver that probably should have been caught. Fumble on a bad exchange, and then a fumble after you get down near the 10-yard line.
He actually gets 12 yards on the carry, but a turnover. So it's first down and 10 Cambridge. The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy. He's got some running room out across the 25, out to about the 26-yard line. Give him 12 yards, but a penalty flag back in the offensive backfield. And I think this one might come back.
Yeah, looks like you're right. A
holding against the Bobcats. Penalty goes against the left guard, Hunter Williams. And that was right where Kenworthy ran. So a penalty makes it half the distance to the goal, back to the 8-yard line. So it'll be first down and 16 for the...
Nice play by J.T. Rice.
And that was Kenworthy on the carry once again. J.T. Rice in the middle of that linebacker core of the Warren Warriors. Kenworthy only gets 2 yards on the play, and it'll bring up second down and 14 from the 10-yard line.
Rice, the 20-plus tackle game last week, and what a big solo tackle in the middle there.
Moore will hand the ball off to Kenworthy once again. He's got some running room this time out across the 15, tripped up at about the 19, maybe the 20-yard line. He's still going to be about 4 yards short of the first down. They give him about 10 yards on that carry, and they'll bring up third down and 4. And we have an injured Warrior down on the field, so play is stopped with 35 seconds left in the first quarter. We'll take a break as well. It's Cambridge 21, Warren nothing. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Tony at the Citizens Bank Company. The process of obtaining a loan can sometimes seem daunting. Let us take the worry out of this process and replace it with the loans that will get you the keys to that car, take you on a much-needed vacation, or secure the house you've been wanting. We're here to help you find the best loan to make life happen. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations or visit us online at thecitizens.com. We are here for what matters most. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Marietta College, we believe if something's worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, hit the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
Looks like the injured Warren Warrior is Ashton Sailing, number 50. He's walking off the field under his own power.
Good to see him leaving on his own accord.
So after the injury timeout, it's third down and 4 for the Cambridge Bobcats. Ball at their own 20-yard line. Moore with 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left, and a back beside him. He takes the snap, and he's going to keep it himself, and he's got some running room. He dives forward towards the first down marker, and he's going to get it at the 25-yard line, a gain of 5, and move the chains for the Warren Warriors, or for the Cambridge Bobcats, and that will likely be the last play of the first quarter here from Warrior Stadium. 12 minutes are in the books. It is Cambridge 21 and Warren nothing. And we're going to hang on. They might try and get this one off. 3-2. No, now they're not. And first quarter is officially over now with Cambridge leading Warren 21-0. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
It's the kickoff sales event at Pioneer Family Auto in Marietta. Kick off this season in one of over 700 new Chevy, Buick, GMC, Ford, Lincoln, or pre-owned vehicles. Score big deals like 0% financing up to 72 months or no payments until November. We need trade-ins, so we're willing to pay over book value for vehicles like yours. And regardless of credit history, Pioneer can help you get the car you deserve. Kick off your deal at Pioneer Chevrolet, Pioneer Buick GMC, and Family Ford in Marietta, or PioneerFamilyAuto.com. Let's qualify CDW details.
At Marietta College, we believe if something's worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, hit the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
And we welcome you back to Warren Warrior Stadium. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones. Second quarter set to get underway here. At the first quarter completely belonging to the Cambridge Bobcats.
Yep. Mistakes in bunches for the Warren Warriors in the form of turnovers. 3 of them And 2 of those turnovers led directly to Cambridge Bobcats touchdowns. Hopefully it's not a 4th, and Owen Feldner took the opening kickoff of this one, 86 yards back to the house for the Bobcats. It's been all Cambridge since the beginning.
So first down and 10 for the Bobcats. The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy. He's got some running room out across the 30. A flag comes in from behind, and I think that this run is going to come back once again. So that flag was thrown by the referee, and that is a holding penalty against the Cambridge Bobcats. And I know Coach Ray Leak said when we talked to him in the pregame that was one of the things that they've had some problems with. And there's a holding penalty there, which will take them back 10 yards from the spot of the foul. So mark the ball back to the 19-yard line, where it'll be first down and 16.
First down, 16.
Well, if the Warren Warriors can come up with a turnover of their own, still plenty of time.
So first down and 16, 2 receivers, or 1 receiver out to the left and the right, backs beside Moore each way, and the handoff's going to go to Kenworthy. He's going to get out across the 20. He's pushing forward, still on his feet, out to about the 25-yard line. So he gets the penalty yardage back, and it'll bring up second down and 10. Actually, they're going to mark him at the 26-yard line, so make it second down and 9. And a gain of 7 for Kenworthy on that play.
Up over 55, or up around 55 yards on about 10 carries now for Kenworthy.
And the Bobcats will deploy a receiver out to each side, a back behind Moore and beside him. The pitch goes back to Kenworthy. He's going to look for some running room. He's got some running room out across the 35, out to the 40-yard line. And a nice carry there for Kenworthy once again, a gain of 14 and a first down for the Bobcats.
Kenworthy has been carrying the load for the Bobcats. A night where maybe they don't throw it around as much as they would like to, and they're not missing a beat.
The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy once again. This time he's only going to get a couple of yards out to the 42-yard line.
Kenworthy on the carry. Second down 8.
So the gain of 2 there. And we'll see the second down and 8 here with a receiver out to each side. The handoff is going to go this time to Stottsbury. He's got some running room. He gets the first down into Warren territory down to the 48-yard line. Gives Stottsbury 10 yards on that carry.
First down, Cambridge at the Warren 48.
Again, a reminder that following the game, we will choose the Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game. Kettle One Teamwear at 313 Green Street at Marietta. The best in team uniforms, screen printing, and embroidery. Give them a call, 740-373-7969. Proud sponsor of tonight's Player of the Game here on ESPN Radio. First down and 10 for the Bobcats, and the handoff is going to go to Kenworthy, and he's going to push his way forward to about the 45-yard line, a gain of 3 on the play.
Second down, 7.
Going to bring up second down and 7. As we approach the 9-minute mark of the second quarter here, 21-0 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. And they're on the move once again.
This time a longer field than what they've been used to tonight, but threatening nonetheless.
So second down and 7. Moore is going to keep the ball this time, and he's going to run into a couple of defenders and only going to get about a yard on the play there for Moore. And it'll bring up third down and 7 from the 44-yard line.
Dennis Petty in on the tackle. Good to see Mr. Petty, the senior. Good to call his name tonight.
So third down and 6 with a receiver out to each side and backs to each side of Caden Moore. He'll take the snap and fake the handoff, and he's in trouble. Oh, and he spins out of a tackle and is still on his feet. He's going to push forward. He's going to be short of the first down before he's finished up there by J.T. Rice. And it'll bring up 4th down and about 2.
He was nearly taken down for a big sack. A sack that would have certainly forced a punt. Now you're at 4th and 2 at the 40-yard line, and let's see what's going to happen here. Bringing in a couple of different players, and they're going to send 2 receivers out to the short side of the field. Moore is going to hand the ball off to Kenworthy, and he's going to have some. He's going to get enough for the first down, as Petty had him right at about the first down marker, and he was able to spin out of it and gain a couple of more yards for the Cambridge first down. Wow. Nearly a really big 4th down stop,
and he may have had the first down anyway, but it would have been a lot closer.
Very close.
So 1st down and 10 for the Bobcats. 4 receivers, 2 to each side for Caden Moore, and the handoff's going to go to Stotsberry this time. He's inside the 40, down to about 35, down to about the 32-yard line. Give him 4 yards on that carry. And now officials timeout.
Taylor Bowers on the carry. That's on the tackle.
Taylor Bowers on the stop for the Warren Warriors, and J.T. Rice runs off the field after his hat comes off, so he has to come out for a play. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 6. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left for Moore with Kenworthy beside him. Kenworthy's going to be tripped up there by big Gabe Bookman, the nose guard of the Warren Warriors, and he's going to not gain any yards on that play. So it'll bring up 3rd down and 6 from the Warren 32-yard line as we approach the midway point of this second quarter.
Yeah, nice job by Bookman there, getting an arm out, making the tackle.
3 receivers in a bunch formation to the left, 1 to the right for Moore and little screen pass is going to go out to the left, and it's going to be dropped by Stotsberry. And that's going to bring up 4th down and 6. And again, at that interesting part of the field where a punt is probably not going to do you any good, and way too long for a field goal try.
Although I was watching their kickers and warm-ups before the rain came in, and I want to say that this is probably around the edge of Parsons' range.
That would be almost a 50-yard try. So it's 4th down and 6. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Moore's going to roll out, and it rolls out of a couple of tackles. He's got a first down inside the 25, down to the 21-yard line. And an 11-yard gain on 4th down and 6 for the Cambridge quarterback.
Big run. And it just feels like every time the Warriors defense is about to get off the field, Bobcats find a way to keep the sticks moving. This has been a long drive. We're under 6 minutes to go now in this first half.
And it's 1st down and 10 for the Bobcats at the Warren 21-yard line. A receiver out to each side, and the handoff is going to go to Stotsberry. He's going to be stopped at the original line of scrimmage there for no gain.
2nd down.
And they'll bring up 2nd down and 10. So 2nd down and 10 as we approach the 5-minute mark here in the first half. 3 receivers out to the right, and the handoff is going to go to Kenworthy. He's got some running room inside the 15. Kenworthy down to about the 7-yard line. Give him 14 yards on that carry, and it's going to bring up 1st down and goal now for the Cambridge Bobcats.
Well, the Warriors just have not been able to get these guys off the field. And
so first and goal, and the handoff is going to go to Kenworthy once again. He's going to push inside the 5 down to about the 4-yard line.
Kenworthy on the carry.
So second down and goal from the just inside the 5-yard line.
Second goal, 5-yard line.
So 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Kenworthy beside Moore, and the handoff will go to Kenworthy. He's going to barrel his way forward and get into the end zone for the Cambridge touchdown.
That's his 3rd of the evening.
And it comes at the 3:54 mark of the second quarter and makes the score 27-0 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats.
Parsons has been perfect on all 3 of his PAT attempts so far.
Ball is back, kick is up, and the kick is good. So 3 minutes, 54 seconds to go in the first half, and your new score is Cambridge 28 and Warren nothing. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Dr. Derek Howe of Fry Dental Group is now accepting new patients to dental practice at 1309 Green Street in Marietta. Dr. Derek Howe is a native of Marietta and a graduate of Marietta College and the Ohio State University of Dentistry. Fry Dental Group is where total smile care begins with a comprehensive approach to oral health and ends with a beautiful, memorable smile. Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, and Dr. Derek Howe now accepting new patients. Fry Dental Group at 1309 Green Street in Marietta. Call 740-374-0123. A Delta Dental PPO and Premier Network provider.
It's the kickoff sales event at Pioneer Family Pre-Owned Autos in Williamstown. With our huge selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Score big with a deal to fit your payment or budget. Plus, we desperately need pre-owned vehicles, so we're willing to pay over book value for trade-ins, just like yours. Bring your current credit information for guaranteed finance options and your best deal. Regardless of credit history, Pioneer can help you get the car you deserve. Pioneer Family Pre-Owned Autos in Williamstown, West Virginia, or pioneerfamilyauto.com. Let's qualify CD for details.
So set to kick the ball off is Connor Theodosopoulos, number 82. And he boots the ball away, and it's going to come up at about the 18-yard line and out across the 25 and out to about the 35-yard line, still on his feet, approaching the 40-yard line. And that was Williams on the return once again. And the Warriors will set up first down and 10 from their own 39-yard line.
From their own 39-yard line.
With 3 minutes and 46 seconds to go in the half, trailing 28-0.
Speaking of other guys in the lead of things, I want to say that Theodosopoulos has the lead in the number of syllables in a name so far that you and I have had to pronounce this year.
And probably the number of letters.
Letters and syllables, yes. He's leading in both of those categories.
First down and 10 for the Warriors from their own 39-yard line. And Taylor will hand the ball off, and this is going to be Williams shucking and jiving out across the 45, still on his feet, and he's tackled forward to almost the 49-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 48, so he's going to be a yard short of the first down, but a nice hard 9-yard run there for Jason Williams.
He's carried it 8 times for nearly 60 yards unofficially, so Williams is doing what he can to be the anchor of the offense. Unfortunately, if you're just joining us, turnovers have been huge in this one as Cambridge was out to a 21-0 lead before the end of quarter one.
So Taylor fakes the handoff and is back to throw, and the ball is knocked down. A penalty flag is thrown at the snap. And we'll see what they let the play go, so I have a feeling this penalty is going to be against the Warren Warriors. But we'll check it nonetheless. And it's going to be, they wave it off. So it is 3rd down and 1 now after they wave the penalty off and the pass incomplete. Is knocked down there. So 3rd down and 1 for the Warriors at their own 48-yard line. So 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left, and Williams behind Taylor, and Williams is going to get the carry. He's going to push forward. He's going to get enough for the 1st down, but that's about it.
Yeah, got the 1 he needed, and I don't think much more.
He needed to get right to the 49. He's going to be on the other side of it, and that is going to be a 1st down for the Warriors.
2 minutes and 42 seconds to see if the Warriors can break through here before halftime.
And remembering that the clock stops on every 1st down, and Warren still with 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 now with an empty backfield and 3 receivers out to the right, and Taylor back to throw. He's looking, and it's going to be thrown and tipped and then caught inside the 45 down at about the 41-yard line. The catch is made by Trenton Fox. I don't know exactly which Warren Warrior tipped it.
Well,
Fox came down with it.
It was the ball initially went through the hands of Petty. Yeah, the Petty had initially he was the target, went right through his hands. Fox comes up with it.
So Taylor back to throw once again. He's got a receiver wide open inside the 30-yard line, down inside the 25-yard line. That one's caught by Hunter Grimm.
Hunter Grimm on the reception. 1st down. Warriors.
Inside the 25 to the 23-yard line. A gain of 18 on that pass and catch for Taylor to Grimm. 1st down Warriors.
Good to see a couple of straight completions for Taylor. Coming into this drive, hadn't completed a pass all night. So,
and now a whistle and a timeout is going to be called by the Cambridge Bobcats. So with 1:36 to go here in the 1st half, it's Cambridge 28, Warren nothing, but Warren driving inside the Cambridge 25-yard line. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Some interesting facts about golf from Lakeside Golf Course. Walter Hagen is considered to be the very first professional golfer. Hagen made his living in the 1920s as a golf pro, teaching lessons to amateurs. And think about this, with so much money being won on today's men's and women's golf tours. In 1962, Jack Nicklaus received his first ever check from a PGA golf event when he won $33.33 at the LA Open. Lakeside Golf Course in Beverly. Call 740-984-4265 for your tee time.
Do you like working with your hands? Are you goal-oriented? Want a career where your effort is rewarded with pay raises every 6 months? If you like the idea of paid on-the-job training in free college-accredited coursework, the Marietta Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 168 Apprenticeship Program is what you've been looking for and is now accepting applications. To qualify, you must be 18 years of age with a high school diploma or GED. Pick up and return an application packet at 201 Front Street in Marietta or download one from ualocal168.org under the Training Center tab. All applications must be returned in person. Earn while you learn a trade: welding, plumbing, pipe fitting, instrumentation, and industrial rigging. For more information, call 740-373-9274 or check out our website at ualocal168.org. Start your path on a career, not just a job. The Local 168 JATC is an equal opportunity employer.
So out of the timeout, Taylor in the shotgun with nobody in the backfield with him. He sets up to throw, has Dennis Petty on a wide receiver screen. Petty breaks a couple of tackles, and he is headed into the end zone for the Warrior touchdown.
Stanford did extra points. Good at making the score.
We've seen that play, unfortunately, not work a whole lot this year for the Warriors. Glad to see it work out, especially on senior night for Petty.
Purdue on to attempt the extra point. Ball is down, kick is up, and the kick is good. So with a minute and 27 left in the first half, it's now Cambridge 28 and Warren 7. We'll keep it right here for the moment and remind you that coming up at halftime, we'll have the Tonight in Ohio High School Football halftime show. Skip Mossick, your host for that one. Mountaineers in action tomorrow in college football. That game right here on ESPN Radio. Kickoff in that one scheduled for 12 noon tomorrow with West Virginia and Baylor. Pregame coverage will get underway at 8:30 a.m. on the Mountaineer Sports Network. Buckeyes and Maryland tomorrow, 12 noon, the kickoff for that one. Pregame coverage will begin at 10 a.m. over, or 10:30 a.m. over on our sister stations, WMOA and Jaws Country. Purdue puts his foot into the kickoff, and it is going to bounce and be picked up at about the 12-yard line, out across the 20, and still on his feet to near the 25-yard line is Owen Feldner. And a better job of corralling Feldner on that kickoff return.
Yeah, he was the most prepared to play out after the delay, taking a kickoff 86 yards back to the house to open this one up. Warriors on the board with that Taylor to Petty screenplay.
So after the kickoff return, Cambridge will set up 1st and 10 from their own 23-yard line. And the handoff is going to go to Stottsbury. He's going to push forward to about the 25 for a gain of 2, and Coach Matt Kimes will take a timeout. That's their second timeout of the first half. And so with a minute and 17 to go here in the first half, and Cambridge leading 28-7. We look to kind of again coming up at halftime. The Tonight in Ohio High School Football halftime show will recap the scoring of the first half, have some unofficial stats, try and take a look at some other scores around the area, and so much more. The halftime festivities beginning in about 77 clock seconds here at Warrior Stadium.
Still plenty of time left in this one for the Warren Warriors to make it interesting.
A reminder, you're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio for the Mid-Ohio Valley, WJAW, St. Mary's, Parkersburg. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones on a football Friday night. 2nd down and 8 for the Cambridge Bobcats from the 25-yard line. The pitch is going to go back to Kenworthy. He's got some running room out across the 35, still pushing forward to about the 40-yard line and out to about the they're going to mark it right at the 40-yard line, and that's going to be a gain of 15 on the play for Kenworthy and a first down for the Warriors, or for the Bobcats, I should say.
Kenworthy's up around 100 yards. I actually have him at 110 yards so far on 19 carries in this first half. So he has been a workhorse for the Cambridge Bobcats so far.
And a Warren Warrior down on one knee out at about the 47-yard line. And both teams heading to their respective benches here with a minute 7 to go in the first half. And again, a reminder that following the game, we'll choose the Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game. Kettle One Teamwear, 313 Green Street in Marietta, the best in team uniforms, screen printing, and embroidery. Give them a call, 740-373-7969. Injury timeout here on the field with a minute and 7 to go in the first half. It is Cambridge 28 and Warren 7. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Company. There are many ways to save money at the bank. If you are 55 years of age or older, take advantage of no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fees on our Prestige 55 checking account. You will get your first 2 boxes of checks for free. We are here for what matters. For over 150 years, we have been providing first-class service on a first-name basis. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations, or for more information, visit us online at thecitizens.com. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hickory Grove Country Market is more than meets the eye. On the outside, it appears to be your typical gas station, selling all grades of gasoline, including diesel. But step inside and you find a convenience store, full grocery store, and a deli and pizza counter. Grab-and-go sandwiches, salads, and pizza are made fresh daily. Whether you need a fill-up at the pump, grab a quick meal, or need to stock the kitchen pantry, stop into Hickory Grove Country Market, located on 339 in Vincent, and see what it has to offer you and your family.
First down and 10 for the Bobcats out of the entry timeout, and the pitch is going to go back to Kenworthy, and he's going to cut back inside. He's on his feet, 50, 40. Kenworthy inside the 35, still on his feet, going to be shoved down inside the 30 at the 26-yard line. And that is going to be a run of 34 yards for Caden Kenworthy.
Huge first half. 3 touchdowns. Nearing 150 yards on the ground. And
so first down and 10 now, and Moore is back to throw, looking. Now he's going to roll out to his right. He's going to keep it himself. Moore inside the 30, inside the 25. He's going to run out of bounds at the 22-yard line with 29 seconds to go in the half.
Second down.
Pretty heads-up play. I think he had some receivers downfield, though.
And he gets out of bounds at the 22-yard line with 29 seconds to go here in the half. And it'll bring up second down and 6. And they'll go with a 5 wide receiver set. 3 out to the left, 2 to the right. Moore by himself in the backfield. He's going to roll out to his left. He's looking. Now he's going to take off on his own inside the 20 down to about the 16-yard line. And Coach Ray Leake is going to burn one of his timeouts right here. It's going to be a first down, but again, I think Cambridge calls a timeout here to have an extended stoppage at the moment with 19 seconds to go in the quarter, or in the half. And it'll be first and 10 from the Warren 15-yard line.
Well, Andy, they've once again, they being the Cambridge Bobcats, put themselves in another great scoring opportunity. 19 seconds left in the half. Cambridge leading 28-7. Out of the timeout, it'll be first down and 10 from the 15-yard line. Again, Cambridge with no timeouts remaining. So we will see what happens here. I'm not sure that they would have time to run a running play and get up and spike the ball to attempt a field goal. It would be close. But I think that you're looking at throwing the football here, and that is what it looks like here as Moore has 2 receivers out to the left, 3 to the right. He's by himself in the backfield, and back to throw, looking. Now he's going to be flush from the pocket. He's going to take off himself and run out of bounds at the 10-yard line with 12 seconds to go in the half. So it'll bring up second down and 5. Good heads-up play to get to the sideline, and
so I think you're going to see them run one more play here. Kenworthy beside Moore with 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. And Moore is back to throw, and he's going to throw towards the end zone. Jump ball, and it is going to be incomplete with 7 seconds to go in the half.
That one didn't take very much time off the clock at all. You would think if they want to run something similar, they have a chance to do it and still bring out Parsons for 3 if they want to. So they are going to send 3 receivers out to the right and 2 to the left. Once again, with 7 seconds left in the half. Moore back to throw, and he's looking, zips it towards the end zone. Caught, touchdown. Jake Valentine on the touchdown catch. A nice throw, and that was a really nice throw from Moore. And with 3 seconds left in the half, Cambridge gets on the board once again, and they lead 34-7.
Big first half for the Bobcats. And what a couple of drives they put together this quarter.
And the kick is up by Parsons and good. So with 3 seconds left in the first half, it is Cambridge 35 and Warren 7. And we will have the kickoff here in just a moment, and what most likely will be the final play of the first half.
Yeah, I can't imagine it not being. And Warren will come out of the locker room with the ball, so something good there. Hopefully a little momentum to get things going in the right direction for the Warriors second half. What a performance, though, in the first half by the Cambridge running back, Caden Kenworthy. Up near 150 yards, 3 touchdowns.
So 3 seconds left in the half, and Theodospoulos set to kick off once again here. Fairbanks and Williams back to receive the kick, but I'm not sure that this one's going to get anywhere near them.
Yeah, this one might be a line drive right down the middle.
He puts a foot into it. Uh-oh. That's a live ball after it goes 10 yards, and it stops. The clock is stopped with 1 second left, and Cambridge recovered the ball because Warren was looking at it for a deep kickoff, and all their players went back, and Cambridge just went up and recovered the football. They had the ball 1st and 10 at the Warren 43-yard line with 1 second on the clock and a chance to heave the ball at the end zone. Wow. So
he may never be able to kick an onside kick again that good if he, I mean, that was perfect.
If he tried.
That was perfect.
But the Warriors are not, or the Bobcats are not going to run a play. They're just going to take a knee and run out the clock. So 24 minutes in the books here. It is Cambridge 35, Warren 7. We'll take a timeout and come back with our halftime festivities. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
The Fry Dental Group offers C-Rack technology, a state-of-the-art process that makes crowns, onlays, and inlays out of solid porcelain in about 10 to 12 minutes. No second appointment, no impressions or temporaries, and the cost is less than conventional crowns. Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, and Dr. Derek Howe, specializing in comfortable family dentistry, teeth whitening, lumineers, and cosmetic improvements. The Fry Dental Group, a Delta Dental, PPO, and Premier Network provider offering 20 to 25% savings to participants. Call 740-374-0123.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit WetzCompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
You keep up with your kids' doctor's visits, but what about your own? If you've delayed your annual checkup or just need a change, now is the time to visit WVU Medicine Primary Care. Now open in its newest location at Harbor Point in Williamstown. The area's most preferred name in medicine is accepting new patients, and it's just minutes away. Schedule an appointment at mywvuchart.com or call 304-865-5101. Your health, your choice. WVU Medicine Primary Care.
And we welcome you back to Warriors Stadium. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones. We're at halftime here, and it's been all Cambridge in this one. They lead 35-7 at the break, and it was really just an onslaught from the beginning for the Bobcats, Jonesy.
Yeah, Owen Feldner took the opening kickoff 86 yards to the house, and it was only 3 minutes and change later, that Caden Kenworthy would score the first of his 3 first-half touchdowns. He would actually cap off 3 successful touchdown drives in a row for the Bobcats with all runs of, 1, 6, and 5, I believe, were what the runs were. But Caden Kenworthy has 20 carries and unofficially 144 yards on the evening. Their final touchdown, Cambridge was able to put another one on the board with 3 seconds left as Caden Moore would find Valentine 5 yards into 5 yards out. And the first passing touchdown of the evening for the Bobcats would make it at that point 35-7 as the lone Warren Warrior touchdown coming as Trent Taylor was able to find Dennis Petty on a screen play, 21 yards on that one, and really nice night. Really good to see Petty pull one in and take it to the house on senior night. So 35-7 at the half, Andy. It's been all Cambridge.
And it was just that early onslaught. I mean, it seems like if you really look at it, after that early onslaught of the opening kickoff return, and Warren turning the ball over 2 consecutive possessions, which directly led to 2 more touchdowns. After that, they finally calmed down a little bit, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah, despite this score being quite lopsided, I don't feel like the Warriors are necessarily out of their league. I just feel like they made some very crucial early miscues and some things that we've seen haunt them all year, dropped passes, and certainly right off the bat, a drive going in the right direction was turned around by another ball that went through the arms of a receiver, and Cambridge was able to turn that into points, a fumble, and then another fumble after that. So, this is one of those where turnovers have cost you big, and the Cambridge Bobcats have put together a big night of ground offense. Right now, Andy, they are out in front here on senior night.
35-7, the Cambridge Bobcats lead the Warren Warriors here at the halftime intermission. We'll take a timeout and come back with the Tonight in Ohio High School Football halftime show. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
It's 360 degrees of perfection. Lakeside Golf Course is the best conditioned public course in the Mid-Ohio Valley, known for friendly service. Join a league or take a lesson from the golf pro at Lakeside Golf Course on State Route 60, just 1 mile south of Beverly. Call 984-4265. 984-4265. Flawless Lakeside Golf Course. 360 degrees of perfection. Online at lakesidegolfcourse.net.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
From the Ohio News Network, this is the Ohio Education Association Tonight in High School Football. Named Best Sports Program in the Country by the National Association of State Radio Networks. Tonight in High School Football is presented by Beck's Hybrids and by Ohio for Responsible Gambling. Now here's your host, Skip Mossick.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Tonight in High School Football's halftime reports. As we like to do from time to time, we visit with reporters from different areas of the state to talk some high school football from their regions. And tonight it is Central Ohio, as we'll visit with Lee Lee Cochran of This Week News next on the Ohio News Network.
I'm Scott DeMauro, president of the Ohio Education Association. I'm proud to bring you tonight's game on behalf of OEA's 123,000 members. We teach in the public schools and state universities. We drive your kids to school, serve them lunch, and keep our schools clean and safe. We also coach the teams on the field. We're committed to making sure every student has the opportunity to experience the joy of learning and to succeed, regardless of where they live or their family's income. We believe in great public schools for all students.
Farmers at heart. At Beck's, that's who we are. For over 100 years, the Beck family has lived and farmed in central Indiana. Today, we're proud to serve a dedicated community of farmers in Ohio. To us, helping farmers succeed means so much more than just being a great seed supplier. Our family of employees and dealers are committed to helping farmers seek new challenges, push boundaries, and innovate in an ever-changing industry. That's what makes Beck's different. We love what we do. We are and will remain farmers at heart.
It's the kickoff sales event at Pioneer Family Pre-Owned Autos in Williamstown. With our huge selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Score big with a deal to fit your payment or budget. Plus, we desperately need pre-owned vehicles, so we're willing to pay over book value for trade-ins, just like yours. Bring your current credit information for guaranteed finance options and your best deal. Regardless of credit history, Pioneer can help you get the car you deserve. Pioneer Family Pre-Owned Autos in Williamstown, West Virginia, or PioneerFamilyAuto.com. Let's qualify CD for details.
Hickory Grove Country Market is more than meets the eye. On the outside, it appears to be your typical gas station, selling all grades of gasoline, including diesel. But step inside and you find a convenience store, full grocery store, and a deli and pizza counter. Grab-and-go sandwiches, salads, and pizza are made fresh daily. Whether you need a fill-up at the pump, grab a quick meal, or need to stock the kitchen pantry, stop into Hickory Grove Country Market, located on 339 in Vincent, and see what it has to offer you and your family.
Chances are the last place someone would think of visiting when they have a snoring problem is the dentist. Things are a whole lot different at Fry Dental Group. Whereas it used to be a trip to the dentist was to get your teeth cleaned or make a bad tooth feel better, but with advanced dentistry, you'll find more solutions than you might think. At Fry Dental Group, they can provide an appliance that helps stop or reduce snoring episodes for sleep apnea patients. Find out more by scheduling a consultation with Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, or Dr. Derek Howe. Fry Dental Group, 1309 Green Street, Marietta, and at frydental.com.
This is Tonight in High School Football on the Ohio News Network. Once again, here's Skip Mossick.
We are presented by Beck's Hybrids. At Beck's, they are and will remain farmers at heart. And welcome back, everyone. Halftime of your game, talking a little Central Ohio high school football this evening with Lee Cochran, editor of This Week News. And Lee, thanks for your time. Let's start with Division I, Region 3. Boy, Upper Arlington is rolling. You know, ever since their opener, a huge comeback win over Reynoldsburg, they have really taken off.
Well, yeah, and Coach Buttermore is in his second year, and he's pretty much been calling this his first year with everything that transpired last year. But he even said, you know, that game has been so key to that program. And you look, since then, I mean, granted, they gave up 24 points last week in the win against Old Teenage Liberty. Before then, in the previous 4 games, they had 2 shutouts that allowed 13 points. I mean, they got it rolling. We talked to him last week, and I don't think he liked us bringing it up, but this is our best start at Upper Arlington since that 2000 team with Jeff Backus that went 15-0 in one state.
And right on their heels in Region 3, boy, New Albany is really playing well.
Yeah, New Albany is one of those teams that always seems to be kind of under the radar, and you know, they've won 7 games for the first time in I think since 2013. You know, to start 7-0. They're part of that big week next week. They've got Pickerington North that's going to decide that OCC title. And you know, and the one thing about New Albany, their offensive line, now they're averaging about 400 yards rushing a game. Their offensive line, 4 of the 5 guys, weigh between 195 and 215. Think about that for Division I. When we talked to Coach Kidwell about that, he's like, you know, it's about quickness, it's about scheme, but just think when those teams come out there to play them, they're looking there saying, that's the offensive line? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no doubt there, Lee. Region 2 is next. Marysville has responded with everything that's been thrown at them so far this season. Boy, the Monarchs look to be for real.
Yeah, they really do. You know, another team, let's go back to 2000. Best start since winning their first 13 and losing the state semifinal 2000. Now, in the preseason when I was talking to coaches, they were saying the team to look out for is Marysville. Now, Marysville's got the big name, Gabe Powers, going to Ohio State. But, I mean, they've got 3 stud linebackers, including his brother Colton, and, they bring the boom. I mean, they hit. And I think that a little bit of the eye-opening victory for them was the way they just handled Pickerington North. For North's only loss, remember North handed Pickerington Central its only loss of the year. And you look back at that, and they had the Derby game, which went to overtime. But that's just a clash of styles. I mean, the matchups is so important. But Dublin Jerome was our thisweeksports.com game of the week. Jerome and Marysville, and they just dominated Jerome, winning 34-0. They're playing Thomas Worthington tonight.
Division II, Big Walnut still unbeaten. They're rolling right along. Division III, Region 11 appears to be as strong as ever. And with the expanded playoffs, Lee, if you're somebody like DeSales, who has struggled with the injury bug pretty much throughout the season, starting to get healthy, they go into Steubenville and get a victory a week ago, a place that you and I both know that doesn't happen very often. If you're a team like DeSales, just get in.
Well, right now, DeSales is sitting at 16, and Granville is number 1, and Granville's not afraid of anybody. I mean, Granville's been playing some great football this year. But, obviously, you hate saying things like, if the season ended today. But if the season ended today, what a reward for being winning the points championship in the region. You get a home game against DeSales. I mean, my goodness. But that's why, DeSales and Hartley and these Central Catholic teams, they're no strangers to getting in the playoffs at 5-5, 6-4. Coach Brad Birchfield at Hartley said several times, "Hey, I can build a schedule that we can go 10-0, but 10-0 is not the goal. Playing that 15th game is, and like Hartley, they've taken some bumps. Lost to Benedictine, lost the opener to Ursuline. But they're going to be a strong team when it comes down to it.
Lee Cochran, editor of This Week News. You can check him out via dispatch.com. Lee, we always love talking high school football with you. Appreciate the time, okay?
Hey, no problem, Skip. You know me, man. I love talking high school football.
And we'll be right back on the Ohio News Network.
Bex recognizes this week's player with heart, Zach Heinz from Kenton High School, for his commitment and passion on the field and within the farming community.
I just love that, the competitiveness and the adrenaline of being out there. I guess I've always grown up playing football. It's something that I've grown into love doing.
Zach is involved in many activities outside of football, including National Honor Society, Trap Shooting Club, FFA, and Sportsmanship Committee. And he takes those same diverse skills to work with him on the farm.
Kind of find myself doing a little bit of everything. I run equipment and help fix things and do things like that.
The senior has big plans in the future, like going to college, continuing to play football, and at some point he'll be back to help work on the family farm.
It means quite a bit. I've grown up on a farm for my whole life, and I've always been around. It's just really everything that my family knows.
At Bex, we are and will remain farmers at heart.
At Marietta College, we believe if something is worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers, and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, score the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
My name is Brian Richardson. I'm the medical director of the emergency department here at Cannon Clark. I was literally the first person in Wood County to jump in front of that line and take the vaccine. This is not something I would recommend for anyone else if I was not willing to do it for the people that I love the most. And I think that holds a stronger sense of how I feel about it than any study or numbers that I could give you. So if I could appeal to the public about the safety and efficacy of this, I'll just say one thing. This is what I advocate for myself and the people I love the most.
This is ONN.
Discover when video games become gambling at ChangeTheGameOhio.org. This message brought to you by Ohio for Responsible Gambling. Our thanks again to Lee Cochran of This Week News for joining us tonight. Enjoy the second half of your ball game. I'm Skip Mossick on the Ohio News Network.
This has been the Ohio Education Association Tonight in High School Football. Presented by Beck's Hybrids and by Ohio for Responsible Gambling from the Ohio News Network.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, you know, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit wetzcompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
Hi, it's Robin from the Citizens Bank Company. There are many ways to save money at the bank. If you are 55 years of age or older, take advantage of no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fees on our Prestige 55 checking account. You will get your first 2 boxes of checks for free. We are here for what matters. For over 150 years, we have been providing first-class service on a first-name basis. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations, or for more information, visit us online at thecitizens.com. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium here in Vincent. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones. Halftime festivities continuing here as the Warren Warrior Marching Band wrapping up their halftime show this evening. 35-7 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats at the half. And Sean Jones, let's kind of take a look at some of our unofficial statistics as we get ready for second half play.
Well, I'll start with the Cambridge side of things, and I have unofficially 20 carries and $144 for Caden Kenworthy on the night to go along with his 3 touchdown runs he had for the Bobcats, 2 in the first quarter, 1 in the second. Caden Moore had 45 yards on 9 carries for him. Trey Stottsbury, he was at 5 carries, 17 yards. Only a couple of completions, 2 of 5 in the passing for Moore, 22 yards, 1 touchdown, and that touchdown was to Valentine, and then Jake Valentine, that would be. Switching things around to the other side as we see the Warren Warriors led by Jason Williams, 9 carries, 60 yards. Taylor Bowers carry, a couple of carries, 10 yards. Trent Taylor, only 1 rush for 4 yards. He completed his final 3 passes of the half for right around 50 yards. So 3 of 6, an interception and a touchdown for Taylor on the evening. And as we get ready for quarter number 3, Andy, let's hope that the Warren Warriors can maybe avoid the running clock, as I don't feel like they're, I don't think they've been necessarily outmatched more than maybe just
too many mistakes.
Too many mistakes have really bit them in this one, and that's not to take anything away from, a good half of football that Cambridge played. I just feel like the Warren played kind of a stinker of a half of football there in a few different aspects. Certainly the turnovers being a big one. So, we'll see what happens as third quarter kickoff comes, but it would be nice to see the Warren Warriors at least get this opening drive and set a rhythm for the second half. If nothing else, you have a couple games left after this one. Get that momentum going in the right direction. And senior night, so you might as well leave it out on the field for those 12 seniors who will be kind of marching off this field one last time at the end of this one. So if you need any more motivation to come out and just put it all on the field, no matter what the final outcome might be, I'd say those are 12 guys you could look for that. And many of them, of course, will be out there on that field for the kickoff here come quarter number 3. Andy, certainly not maybe as competitive a game as I thought we'd be in for scoreboard wise, but certainly been some moments in this one, and
Certainly been a long night here at the ballpark because we were delayed for an hour.
Yes, an hour-long delay at the outset due to lightning. Still some very light rain falling, but has probably not affected the play so much recently. But early in it, we certainly saw some dropsies. 35-7, our halftime score in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. We'll take a timeout and come back and look at some other scores around the area as you're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
At Marietta College, we believe if something is worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers, and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, score the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
It's the kickoff sales event going on now at Pioneer Family Auto in Parkersburg. Kick off the season in one of over 700 new Honda, Volkswagen, Mazda, or pre-owned vehicles. Score big dealer discounts along with incentives like 0% financing or no payments until November. Plus, get overbook value for trade-ins and vehicles just like yours. Just bring your current credit information for guaranteed finance options and your best deal. Kick off the season's deals at Pioneer Honda, VW, Mazda of Parkersburg or PioneerFamilyAuto.com. Let's qualify CD for details.
Hey, it's Tony.
And we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium. Andy Rex along with Sean Jones as both teams back out on the field for their second half warm-ups and second half kickoff coming up in just a few moments. Let's take a look at some other scores around the area. Late in the game, Waterford leading Shenandoah 14-6. Trimble on top of Belpre. Last report we had in that one was it was at halftime, and Trimble leading Belpre 57-8. Late in the fourth quarter, the Morgan Raiders leading New Lexington 35-26 out of the MVL. West Muskingum leading Crooksville 37-20. In the TVC, Wellston on top of Athens 42-28. Back to the MVL, Sheridan leading Philo 32-21. Meadowbrook leading Coshocton 42-21. John Glenn on top of Maysville 16-0. Over in the state of West Virginia, it's Wahama leading Ravenswood 20-7. Williamstown a winner tonight over Weir 31-6. The Marietta Tigers go down to the hands of the Dover Tornadoes 49-0. River a 50-14 winner over Bridgeport this evening. Tyler Consolidated drops Buffalo 35-0. St. Mary's a 22-6 winner over Vinton County. Federal Hocking, at last report, this is still a second quarter score that we have here. Lyndon McKinley leading Federal Hocking 38-6. Also, second quarter reported score 31-8. Ritchie County on top of South Harrison. Barnesville a big win tonight over Monroe Central 57-0. Nelsonville York shuts out Alexander 35-0. And that's the scores that we have as of right now. So it is 35-7 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. Second half kickoff coming up when you come back. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
As Staley Countryside Meat Company, we approach each processing order with individual care and attention. We take special pride in our work to make sure you are satisfied with the meat product that ends up on your kitchen table. Call Staley Countryside Meat Company today at 740-989-2076 to schedule your meat processing needs. We also do our best to accommodate special requests from cutting to wrapping. Staley Countryside Meat Company, we're a cut above the rest.
Welcome to the Fry Dental Group, where total smile care begins with a comprehensive approach to oral health and ends with a beautiful, memorable smile. Dr. Brett Fry, Dr. Elena Perry, and Dr. Derek Howe continue to pursue the latest professional education and excellence to ensure you receive the best dentistry available. From repairing damaged teeth to same-day crowns, sleep apnea solutions, and complete smile makeovers, the focus at Fry Dental Group is to deliver the most advanced professional care available. Learn more at frydental.com and at 1309 Green Street in Marietta.
And we welcome you back to Warriors Stadium. Second half just about ready to get underway. Warren will receive the second half kickoff. And as you said, Jonesy, try and maybe put together a drive and gain a little momentum here early in the second half.
Yeah, you hate to play for, anything other than the actual victory. But if you can escape here with the moral victory of putting it all out there for the seniors for 24 more minutes, then let the scoreboard show whatever it will at the end. Obviously, a big deficit for the Warriors to overcome in this one, and an offense that's been rolling on the ground in the Cambridge Bobcats. Hopefully all the miscues offensively are out of the way in terms of the turnovers.
So Connor Theodospoulos set to kick off for the Cambridge Bobcats. Back to return Fairbanks and Williams, and this is going to come back at about the 9-yard line to Landon Fairbanks. He's out across the 20 and out to about the 23-yard line.
First and 10 Warriors from their own 23.
So that's where they'll start, first and 10 from their own 23-yard line. Actually, they're going to mark it at the 25-yard line. So first and 10 for the Warriors from their own 25. And here comes the Warrior offense under Trent Taylor. And we'll see what they do when they set up shop here. First and 10 from the 25-yard line. Two receivers out wide to the left and back beside Taylor and one behind him as well. The handoff is going to go to Williams, and he's not going to find any running room. In fact, he's going to lose a yard back to the 24-yard line.
Loss in the play. Jason Williams on the carry. A second down 11.
Which will bring up second down and 11.
Rain appears to have increased just a bit, and as we've started play again, it almost died off, it appeared, but now if you take a look under the lights.
Second and 11, and the handoff this time is going to go to Williams, and he tries to turn the corner on the sweep. He's going to get out to about the 28-yard line for a gain of 4 on the play, but it'll bring up third down and 7. And
see if maybe they go to the air. It looks like a 4 or 5 receiver set here.
It looks like 2 receivers out to the right. Petty in tight as the tight end, and 2 receivers out wide to the left. Taylor by himself in the backfield on third down and 7. He's back to throw, looking. He's going to go over the middle, and it is going to be incomplete. Intended for Hunter Grimm.
Hunter Grimm falls incomplete, bringing up fourth down.
Had him open.
Had him open. It was actually a decent throw. A little bit low, but one that Grimm certainly could pull in. So the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down and 7, and off to kick the football away is Jason Williams, and back to return it is Davion Jeffrey. He's standing back at his own 41-yard line. Williams gets a foot into it, and it's a high little wobbly kick, a fair catch called for at the 39-yard line, and Jeffrey catches the ball right at the 40.
Fair catch at the 40, the first down, Cambridge.
So Cambridge will take over first and 10 right there at their own 40-yard line on their first possession of the second half, leading 35-7.
Well, Cambridge able to really milk the clock, just control the ball for most of that first half. See if they come out and keep things on the ground again or go to the air a little bit more.
First and 10 for the Bobcats. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right, and a back beside Moore, and the handoff is going to go to Kenworthy. He's still on his feet, and he's going to get out to the midfield stripe, and that's going to be enough for a first down.
Cambridge.
Nice run by Kenworthy, staying on his feet, spinning. Rolled over a defender, I feel like, for the last yard and a half. And chains are moving, and the Cambridge offense is starting back up just like it was going in the first half.
So first down and 10 for the Bobcats, just inside the midfield stripe. The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy. He's going to not get anything on that carry as he stopped for no gain.
JT Rice getting in there on the tackle.
So it'll bring up second down and 10. Clock is stopped momentarily. So second down and 10. Two receivers out to the right, one to the left. The handoff's going to go to Kenworthy. He's looking for some running room. He's going to be tripped up at about the 41-yard line. It's going to be a gain of 9 on the carry for Kenworthy. And it'll bring up third down and 1. Third down on a short one. We roll under the 9-minute mark in the third quarter. If you're wondering why we're so late, we're delayed by an hour at the outset due to lightning. The handoff is going to go to Kenworthy once again. He's going to get the first down inside the 40, down to about the 38-yard line.
Just keeps chewing up yardage.
Actually, that was 32. Easton Jones on the carry.
First down.
Oh, and Jones got the last carry too as well, so. And Jones still in the game. Two receivers out to the right, one to the left. Moore takes the snap, hands the ball to Jones, and Jones is going to get to about the 37-yard line.
Easton Jones on the carry. It'll be second down 10.
A gain of about a yard on the play. It'll bring up second down and 9. So, second down and 9. With a receiver out to each side for Moore, and the handoff's going to go to Jones, and he's going to look for some running room, and he's going to push his way forward hard for a couple of yards down to the 35-yard line. And it'll bring up third down and about 7 for the Bobcats.
Third down 8.
Well, you'd imagine still 4 down territory. Bobcats keep the clock rolling.
On third down and a long 7. 3 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Moore's going to roll out to his left, look to throw. And he's got some time. He's got all day to throw, and a pass and a catch there. And still on his feet. And inside the 15-yard line is Devin Ogle on the catch. But a flag is clear back here at the 43-yard line.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be.
An ineligible man downfield is the penalty. So mark it back 5 yards from the previous spot. So mark it back to the 40-yard line, and it'll bring up third down and 12.
229-202.
Only, I think, 3 penalties against the Bobcats off the top of my head here tonight, Andy. You know, that was something they struggled with last week, but pretty clean tonight.
So the penalty will bring up third down and 12 from the 40-yard line. And 3 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right for Moore, and he's going to roll out to his left looking to throw, still on his feet, and a throw and a catch inside the 30, but I think a little bit short of the first down is the receiver. They're going to spot the ball at about the 29-yard line, which it's going to be 4th down and about 1.
Xander Caldwell, I believe, number 23 on that reception.
So 4th down and 1 coming up here. And Moore takes the snap, hands the ball off to Kenworthy. He's going to barrel his way forward, and he's going to get enough for the first down. He only needed a yard, and that's about all he got. But enough for the Cambridge Bobcat first down.
Looks like that's close. They may take a look at it.
They are going to take a look at this one. But I think that based on the spot of the marker and the spot of the ball, I think he might have this by about a half a football. And they're going to... Oh, he is going to be short by the nose of the football.
How about that?
Wow. So the Warriors will take over on downs. From their own 28-yard line.
Well, nice job by the Warriors defensively. Get the ball back.
6 minutes, 11 seconds to go here in the third quarter. It's 35-7 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. Warren has the ball 1st and 10. Again, at their own 28-yard line. And Taylor and a whistle on a stoppage of play. And an official's timeout is going to be called for an equipment. So,
sending a player off to the sideline for a helmet check.
So 1st and 10 once again for the Warren Warriors. Ball at their own 28-yard line. They trail 35-7. 6 minutes, 11 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Handoff is going to go to Williams. He's going to get out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Maybe the 32, 31, give him a gain of 3. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 7.
About halfway, a little over halfway through now. Quarter number 3. And rain picking up in intensity. Hey, there's a nice run by Williams.
And he's going to get out across the 35 to about the 38, maybe the 39-yard line. It's going to be enough for a first down.
Hey.
Give him 7 yards on that carry. And 1st and 10 Warriors from their own 39-yard line.
Wasn't sure that he quite got the first down yardage, but they gave it to him.
So Taylor with one receiver out to each side, a back beside him and a back behind him. And he takes the snap and fakes the handoff. He's going to roll out to his left, and receivers caught by Taylor Bowers out at the 44-yard line, as Taylor was under a lot of duress there on a big rush, but he gets the ball away. Bowers is able to reach down and pick it up, and a completion for about 4 yards. They'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, nice catch. Using all of the fingertips for Bowers and all of that. Hold on to that one.
2nd down and 6. Taylor takes the snap, will fake the handoff this time, and he's going to keep it himself, and he's going to barrel his way forward across the 45 out to about the 47-yard line on the quarterback keeper for Trent Taylor. And Taylor kept it himself, but Williams on the option there, if he pitches that ball back, Williams had a bunch of running room. But it's 3rd down and 2. Taylor takes the snap, will hand the ball off to Williams this time. Williams has got some running room, and inside Cambridge territory down to the 45-yard line. Give him 9 yards on that carry, and a Warren Warrior first down.
Yeah, the Cambridge 45-yard line.
Slowly but surely, well, I shouldn't say too slowly. He has 14 carries now, but up around 80 yards.
1st down and 10 for the Warren Warriors. Ball at the Cambridge 45-yard line. So Taylor is going to fake the handoff and look to throw this time. Zips it over the middle and over the head of Hunter Grimm, who fell on the ground, and right into the face mask of Xander Caldwell, who wasn't ready for that footballer. He could have had himself a pretty easy pick.
Yeah, we talk about sometimes maybe Taylor putting a little bit too much mustard on it for his own receivers. How about throwing it too hard for the defender? That was an absolute missile. Yeah, I don't think Caldwell saw it coming.
And Grimm slipped as he made his cut. So the incomplete pass brings out 2nd down and 10. The pitch is going to go back to Williams. He's got some running room, and he's going to get inside the 40, down to about the 38-yard line before he's backed up there by a pile of Cambridge Bobcats. And give him a gain of 6, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 4. So 3rd down and 4. 3 receivers out to the right. Bowers beside Taylor in the shotgun. Taylor's going to take the snap. He's back to throw. He's going to roll out to his right and then throws back to his left. Petty's got it on that for a first down. Petty is going on his horse inside the 20, 15, still barreling forward inside the 10-yard line, and a great little backside screen to the tight end, Dennis Petty, and a first down and goal for the Warriors.
Big play by the big tight end.
31 yards on the pitch, catch, and run.
His 2nd reception of the night. The other went for a touchdown. Eventful senior night for Petty.
So 1st down and goal for the Warriors. Ball is at the Cambridge 8-yard line. Three backs in the backfield. The handoff is going to go to Williams. He's going to barrel his way forward, still on his feet, pushing his way inside the 5, down to the 4-yard line. And it'll be 2nd down and goal.
Goal go from the 4-yard line.
And the big tight formation for the Warriors coming into the game. 2 tight ends. And it's 2nd down and goal from inside the 5. And Taylor is going to hand the ball off to Williams. He's going to push down to about the 3-yard line. And it'll bring up 3rd down and goal. With a minute and a half to go in the 3rd quarter. And now a timeout for an injury. So with a minute and 28 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter, an injury timeout on the field, and with the score Cambridge 35, Warren 7. Warren threatening a 3rd down and goal when we come back. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit WetzCompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
My name is Dr. Walter Kerschel. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Camden Clark Medical Center in Parkersburg. Everyone in our community needs to get vaccinated. We've developed good vaccinations. We know that they're safe, they're effective, and they do prevent hospitalization and reduce the risk of dying from this virus. We've got to increase the vaccination rates, and it's the one way that we can help, again, protect ourselves, protect our families, and protect our community.
Out of the injury timeout, it's 3rd down and goal for the Warren Warriors. Ball is just inside the 5-yard line with a minute and 20 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. 5 wide receivers out in the set here for Trent Taylor, who's by himself in the backfield. Taylor will take the snap, and he's going to run the quarterback draw, and he's not going to get there, and a flag comes in from behind. And I think that it's a hold against the Warren Warriors. Now we'll see if Cambridge decides to take the penalty and move them back or make it 4th down. They are going to take the penalty and move it back to about the 17-yard line where it'll be 3rd down and goal.
Yikes.
With a minute and 1 second to go here in the 3rd quarter. Third and goal for the Warren Warriors. After the penalty, the ball back at the 17-yard line. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. The side tail. Now takes the snap. Actually, Williams on the direct snap. He's going to throw it.
Well, you know what? I like the creativity. That was Taylor on the in the end zone.
Did not see that, and so now it looks like we're going to see Sam Purdue on to attempt a field goal. So ball is going to be put down at about the 24-yard line. This will be a 34-yard field goal attempt for Sam Purdue. Snap is down, kick is up, and the kick is good.
Nice looking kick from Purdue, even though that snap wasn't the prettiest.
Right, it was not a very good snap, but got the ball down. 29 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter, and it's Warren 10. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, you know, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
Submit your Hagen made his living in the 1920s as a golf pro, teaching lessons to amateurs. And think about this, with so much money being won on today's men's and women's golf tours. In 1962, Jack Nicklaus received his first ever check from a PGA golf event when he won $33.33 at the LA Open. Lakeside Golf Course in for your tee time.
So after the 34-yard goal by Sam Purdue, he all away one. Going to come down at about the 15-yard line into the hands of Jeffrey. He's out across the 25. Still on his feet to about the 30. and finally tackled about the 31-yard line with 21 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Yes, he said the third quarter.
That's right, and you would think we're probably going to see one more snap here before we hit the final frame of this one.
31-yard line.
So first down and 10 for the Cambridge Bobcats. The ball at their own 31-yard line. And a receiver out to each side and two backs behind Moore and beside him here. And the pitch is going to go back to Jones, I do believe. Kenworthy on the carry.
Kenworthy on the carry.
And that will be the final play of the third quarter as he lost a yard on that play. So 3/4 of play in the books. It is Cambridge 35, Warren 10. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Satisfied with the meat product that ends up on your kitchen table. Call Staley Countryside Meat Company today at 740-989-2076 to schedule your meat processing needs. We also do our best to accommodate special requests from cutting to wrapping. Staley Countryside Meat Company, we're a cut above the rest.
Looking to locate a business in the Mid-Ohio Valley? It seems there's a lot of that going around lately. And at Wetz Companies, we can simplify the process. For 80 years, the Wetz Companies have been a local family-owned business, specializing in third-party logistics. Wetz has buildings and land for development, including 480 acres with river and rail access. They offer building solutions that cater to oil and gas industries, bulk commodities, river terminal, and warehouse distribution. Visit WetzCompanies.com to learn more or to make an inquiry. Wetz, for more than 8 decades, offering trusted business solutions.
And we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium here in Vincent. Set to get the fourth quarter underway. Bobcats with the ball. It's second down and 11 from their own 30-yard line. With 12 minutes on the clock representing the fourth quarter. And Moore back to throw. He's going to kick a little screen out intended for Kenworthy, but it's off his fingertips, incomplete. We'll bring up third down and 11. Pass attempts for Moore. So third down and 11 with 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Moore back to throw, looking. Now he's flush from the pocket, and he's going to look to try and run. He pulls it down, runs, and is shoved out of bounds at about the 36-yard line. Maybe the 37. It's still going to be short of the first down, and officials timeout here.
6:05.
With 11:48 to go in the ball game. And have an injury timeout on the far sideline. So 11:48 to go in this one. Cambridge with a 35-10 lead. And a fourth down play coming up, and I would anticipate that they would probably kick the football away here, but they have yet to punt on the evening.
Yeah, they've been pretty punt averse tonight, even in some situations where with a lead I could see, just sending the kicker out there to just play it safe. Who knows? I mean, at this point, I haven't punted one yet. I would be surprised if they did here.
It'll be a fourth down and 4 at the 37-yard line. And hard to tell, but still an injury timeout on the field here, so we will take a timeout as well with 11:48 to go in the ball game. It's Cambridge 35, Warren 10. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
Good things come to those who wait, except when it comes to your health. If you've delayed your annual checkup or are looking for a change, now's the time to visit WVU Medicine Primary Care, now open in the newest location at Harbor Point, Williamstown. The area's most preferred name in medicine is accepting new patients and just minutes away. Schedule an appointment at mywvuchart.com or call 304-865-5101. Your health, your choice. WVU Medicine Primary Care in Williamstown.
The chances of making 2 consecutive holes in one is nearly impossible. The odds are 65 million to 1, so there is a chance. In 1971 in Norwich, England, John Hudson accomplished this feat with aces at the 11th and 12th holes. The 11th was 195 yards, and the 12th, a whopping 311 yards. An interesting golf fact from your friends at Lakeside Golf Course. Please call ahead for your tee time at 740-984-4265. Lakeside Golf Course, State Route 60 in Beverly.
And we welcome you back to Warren Warrior Stadium here in Vincent. Still an injury timeout on the field on the far sideline. And Cambridge leading 35-10. Just a reminder that following the game, Sean and I will choose the Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game. Kettle One Teamwear at 313 Green Street in Marietta, the best in team uniforms, screen printing, and embroidery. Give them a call, 740-373-7969. So we have West Virginia football here on ESPN Radio tomorrow with an 8:30 pregame time. The Mountaineers and Baylor scheduled for a 12 noon kickoff.
Winner of the 50-50 and $188.50 is Taylor McConnell.
Buckeyes over on WMOA and Jaws Country 100.9. They take on Maryland. That's a noon kickoff as well with a 10:30 pregame time. Baseball playoffs continuing throughout the weekend. Following our game here, we will send you out to San Francisco for game 1 of the National League Division Series. That game actually already underway. Giants leading 2-0 in the bottom of the second. Earlier today in the NLDS, the Brewers winners over the Braves 2-1 to take a 1-0 series lead in that one. Astros dropped the White Sox 9-4, go up 2-0 in that series. Red Sox looking to even the series with the Rays, and looks like they might. They lead 11-6 in the 8th inning. And there's,
hey, how about a punt?
Roll out and a punt by Moore, and it's going to roll inside the, going to roll down to the 20-yard line.
Effective.
Not quite the double punt we saw in last night's NFL game.
No, not quite that exciting or fun, but effective nonetheless. Take a step around the side and shoot a line drive kick down the sideline. Took a nice roll. It was Dennis Petty, the shaken up Warren Warrior. Hate to see him leaving a senior night game, and hopefully see him back out there on the field tonight, see him getting tended to, catching his breath, and talking with the trainers on the sideline.
So first down and 10 for the Warriors. Ball at their own 20-yard line, and Taylor by himself with 2 receivers out to the left and 1 to the right. He's back to throw, looking, and he's going to throw one up there, and it is going to be incomplete. Closest receiver was Trenton Fox.
Taylor for number 22. Trenton Fox called incomplete.
And it'll bring up second down and 10.
Not a bad Fox in the area, just couldn't make the connection.
Warriors will be on the road for their final 2 games. heading to New Philadelphia next week before the annual rivalry game with the Marietta Tigers, and we'll see what happened there as flags fly. They saw a couple of Bobcats jumping, but did they go into the neutral zone before movement by the offensive line? And it is going to be an offsides penalty against the Bobcats. 5-yard penalty will make it 2nd down and 5 now. Again, a 5 wide receiver set for Taylor, who's alone in the backfield. He sends a man in motion, and the screen pass is going to be actually a lateral. And it's called a backwards pass by the line official, and it rolls out of bounds back at the 15-yard line. So that's effectively a loss of 10 yards on the play. Wow.
15.
So it'll bring up 3rd down and 15. So again, 5 wide receivers for Taylor. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. And Taylor back to throw, looking. He's going to go over the middle and long, and it is going to be intercepted. That one is picked off by the Cambridge Bobcats, and it is 22 is Reed Johnson on the interception. Taylor's 2nd interception of the evening, and officially the 5th turnover of the night for the Warren Warriors.
Yeah, Andy, they have coughed it up a number of times tonight. Thankfully, not as often as they did in the first quarter, but really that was the undoing of things and where the floodgates broke open at.
2 interceptions, 2 fumbles, and then a strange onside kick that Cambridge recovered. And on the carry that time for the Bobcats was Easton Jones. And he gets 9 yards inside the 40 down to the 37-yard line.
I expect to see a heavy diet of Easton Jones.
And the handoff is going to go to Jones once again. He's going to get the 1st down inside the 35 down to the 34-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Bobcats, who look to improve to 5-3 on the season, and looks like Warren will fall to 3-5. There's still 10.5 minutes left in this one, but starting to look pretty bleak for the Warriors. The handoff is going to go to Jones once again. He's going to fall forward for a couple of yards.
Easton Jones on the carry.
And we have a injury timeout on the field once again. This time it's a Cambridge Bobcat down. So with 10 minutes and 19 seconds left in the ball game.
Not the one you want to see either, unfortunately. That appears to be the quarterback.
Yeah, it is more the injured Bobcat. We'll take a timeout here with 10:19 to go in the ball game. It's Cambridge 35, Warren 10, and you're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
There's always a handy app on your phone for weather, directions, and typically you can ask Siri anything. But the Ohio Valley Cab and Delivery Service app offers added convenience. After you register, at the touch of a button, you can get traditional cab service, mail and grocery runs, and special deliveries. And it's not a drone. It's a real person in a real car driving you safely over the river and, well, you know, wherever you need to go. 740-374-TAXI, and now with the Ohio Valley Cab app.
Hey, it's Tony at the Citizens Bank Company. The process of obtaining a loan can sometimes seem daunting. Let us take the worry out of this process and replace it with the loans that will get you the keys to that car, take you on a much-needed vacation, or secure the house you've been wanting. We're here to help you find the best loan to make life happen. Stop by and visit us at any of our 5 convenient locations or visit us online at thecitizens.com. We are here for what matters most. See you soon. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
So, Cade Moore was the injured Bobcat, and Jake Valentine comes in to relieve him. Takes the snap, hands the ball off to Jones. Jones is going to pick his way forward inside the 30 down to the 29-yard line before he's shoved backwards. The ball comes loose, but the play was whistled dead already. And so it'll bring up 3rd down and 5 now with Valentine. He'll hand the ball off to Jones once again. Jones is going to push his way forward down to about the 26-yard line. He's still going to be a couple of yards short of the first down, and it'll bring up 4th down and 2.
Kind of surprised they're not bringing out the field goal unit. Parsons can hit one from this length.
It would be a long field goal of about 43 yards or so. Valentine is going to keep the ball himself and push forward. He's not going to get the first down. He's going to be stopped about a yard short, and the Warriors will take over on downs here.
Hunter Vincent on the tackle there, and for the second time here in the second quarter, or second half, I should say, the Warriors defense forces a turnover on downs. Hard to believe, almost 9 minutes left to go in this one with the late start. And for the first time, I don't think there's a raindrop falling from the sky here in Vincent.
A really light mist, it looks like, as if you look up at the lights. It's 1st down and 10 for the Warriors, and they're going to hand the ball off to Williams. He's going to barrel his way forward out to about the 35-yard line. And it's going to be a gain of 10 on the play for Williams. And it's going to be just a little bit short of the first down, make it a 9-yard gain officially. 2nd down and 0.5 yards, according to PA announcer Fred Ruth. Handoff is going to go to Williams once again. He's got the first down out across the 40. And he got 5.5 yards.
He's up over 100 yards now, so a bit of a silver lining on the night. Another great performance from Jason Williams.
So 1st and 10 for the Warriors, and Taylor's going to roll out to his right, look to throw and incomplete. Intended for Hunter Grimm, I do believe.
Couldn't quite come up with it as he was trying to tiptoe the sidelines.
So the incomplete pass stops the clock with 7:52 to go in the ball game. It'll be 2nd down and 10. And ball is at the Warren 40-yard line. Tight formation with a bunch of receivers over the right. The handoff is going to go to Williams, and he's going to stutter step his way for just a couple of yards to about the 42-yard line, which will bring up 3rd down and 8. Taylor takes the snap and will roll out to his right and look and throw and long, and it's going to be tipped around and incomplete again, intended for Hunter Grimm. There was about 3 defenders in the area there.
Yeah, probably a little fortunate that that one wasn't picked off. Bit of a wobbly pass. Did hit off the hand of his intended receiver, though, in Grimm. So
now it'll bring up 4th down and 8 at the 42-yard line. Taylor has a back behind him, a receiver out to each side. And on 4th down and 8 from the 42-yard line, he's back, looks to throw, and then he's going to keep it himself, and he's going to barrel forward, still pushing his way forward, and it's going to be close to the 1st down marker here, but I think he's going to come up just a little bit short based on where the officials are coming in to mark the football.
Yeah, I think he's going to be about the length of the football short.
So Cambridge will take over, give him 7 yards on the carry, but he needed 8. And Warren turns the football over on downs, and Cambridge takes over 1st and 10 at the midfield stripe.
I'd expect the clock to continue to roll, or to start rolling and stay rolling, I should say, once the Bobcats get it, snap it, and probably keep this one on the ground pretty much the rest of the way.
As we see some substitutes coming into the game now, it is Bryson Anderson coming in at quarterback. So Cody Quillen at running back, and he's going to get the handoff, and he's not going to get anywhere. In fact, he's going to officially get no gain on the play for Cody Quillen, a 5'10", 170-pound freshman running back. And Bryson Anderson, a 6', 150-pound sophomore, and at quarterback now for the Bobcats, as they get some younger kids some playing time here under the Friday night lights. And the handoff this time is going to go to Quillen once again. He's going to get about a yard. Actually, maybe that was 12 on the carry. Stephon Blackwell.
Getting a lot of the young kids in for the Cambridge Bobcats now.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and 9. With 5:51 to go in the ball game, 35-10 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right for Anderson. He's going to roll out to his right, keep it himself, and look for some running room, but he's only going to get a couple of yards down to about the 47-yard line, and that is going to bring up 4th down, and a timeout is going to be called by the Warren Warriors. So 5 minutes, 29 seconds to go in this one. It's Cambridge 35, Warren 10. You're listening to Warren Warrior Football on ESPN Radio.
At Marietta College, we believe if something's worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers, and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, hit the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Bring forth a pioneer. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
It's the kickoff sales event at Pioneer Family Auto in Marietta. Kick off the season in one of over 700 new Chevy, Buick, GMC, Ford, Lincoln, or pre-owned vehicles. Score big deals like 0% financing up to 72 months or no payments until November. We need trade-ins, so we're willing to pay over book value for vehicles like yours. And regardless of credit history, Pioneer can help you get the car you deserve. Kick off your deal at Pioneer Chevrolet, Pioneer Buick GMC, and Family Ford in Marietta, or PioneerFamilyAuto.com. Let's qualify CDW details.
And we welcome you back to Warrior Stadium, 4th down, and the Bobcats setting up in a traditional punt formation. And the kick is away, and it's going to bounce at the 15 and roll inside, and it's going to be downed at the 1 yard line.
How about that? Well, nice special teams play again from the Cambridge Bobcats.
So
99 yards to go if the Warriors are going to put any more points on the board tonight in this one. 5:19 to go. Pretty safe to assume that Warriors about to drop to 3-5. Bobcats the inverse, 5-3.
So first down and 10 for the Warren Warriors from their own 1 yard line. And now a whistle and a timeout is going to be called by the Cambridge Bobcats.
Yeah, I think they were having some problems getting one of the reserve units onto the field. Probably a little bit of personnel confusion.
So a timeout on the field here with 5 minutes and 19 seconds to go in the ball game. Again, following this one, we'll send you out to San Francisco for game 1 of the National League Divisional Series between the Giants and the Dodgers. That game in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Giants leading 2-0 in that one. Boston and Tampa Bay still going on. And that is in the 9th now with Boston leading 11-6. Astros 9-4 winners earlier. Milwaukee 2-1 winners over Atlanta earlier today. And the handoff for the Warriors is going to push forward out to about the 5 yard line. And so 5 yards out to the 6 yard line. So to bring handoff is going to go to Williams once again. He's picking his way through, gets the first down, out to about the 15 yard line. And a gain of 10 on that carry for Jason Williams. Four and a half minutes to go in this one. First down and 10 for the Warriors. Yeah, this game pretty much has been decided since about the first 5 minutes of it, when Cambridge put 21 quick points on the board.
Fairbanks going to get back to the line of scrimmage and not really anything else. Yeah,
they're going to give him 2 yards out to the 17 yard line.
A little late moving the sticks.
Which will bring up second down and 8. And so Taylor will take the snap and hand the ball off to Fairbanks once again. He's going to look to turn the corner, get out across the 20, still on his feet, out to about the 23 yard line. Give Fairbanks 6 yards on that carry. And it'll bring up third down and about 3.
And it looks like a mass substitution coming in here as some of the starters, some of those starting linemen coming off the home field for last time in a game. Ashton Sailing, one of them, walking off. Number 50, you have Hunter Vincent,
J.T. Rice,
David Berga in there, David Schaefer, Dennis Petty, Gabe Bookman,
Cameron Bristol as well as their receiving core.
So 3rd down and 3, and the handoff is going to be a first down run for Fairbanks out to the 30-yard line. So give him 7 yards there. Momentarily stop the clock with 2 minutes and 51 seconds to go in the ball game. And the official says, wind that clock. 35 to 10. Cambridge will improve to 5-3 on the season. Warren will fall to 3-5 and head on the road next week to take on the New Philadelphia Quakers. Cambridge next week has a high snap and behind the ball recovered by the Warren Warriors.
Fairbanks lucky enough to fall on that one.
All the way back at the 16-yard line. The Bobcats will return home and take on the Marietta Tigers next week.
How about that? Of course, Marietta for the Warren Warriors and 2.
Yep, and another high snap once again, and this time it's going to be the Bobcats who fall on the football at the 1-yard line.
Yikes.
Actually, they're going to mark it back at the 2. So that will officially put a bow tie on this ball game.
Sure will, and may end up with the running clock for all of about 90 seconds.
I don't anticipate that. I think that they may just kneel on it a couple of times, but it's officially first down and goal from the 2-yard line. And Blackwell will take the ball and run it himself, and he's going to be short of the end zone. He's going to get about a yard, and so it'll bring up second down and goal from the 1-yard line. As that was Stefan Blackwell on the carry. Second and goal, and Blackwell will keep it once again, and he's going to be knocked backwards and not get into the end zone, and it'll bring up third down and goal. And so 40 seconds to go in this one, and one more snap will do it in this one, as Blackwell keeps it again, and he is actually going to get into the end zone for the touchdown.
Well, they hadn't put any points on the board since 3 seconds to go in the first half, so that'll go down as most likely their only points of second half of this one.
And on to attempt the extra point is Parsons. And the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 27 seconds to go in the ball game, it's now 42-10 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. And
yeah, that will pretty much wrap it up.
So let's start to recap this one, because we'll have a kickoff and probably won't even have another snap after that, because the clock will start upon the ready for play signal, and
Well, Owen Feldner started the party for the Bobcats 10 seconds into the game with an 86-yard kickoff return. From there, Caden Kenworth would really just own the entire first half on the ground. 3 touchdowns for Kenworth, which would put the score to 28-0 at that point. Warren Warriors would get on the board the minute and 27 seconds left to go in quarter number 2 as Taylor would find Petty for a 21-yard screen play, and nice touchdown for the senior tight end. Moore to Valentine on a short pass would make it 35-7 at the break.
And Bowers receives the kickoff at about the 25-yard line. He'll come forward to the 26 and take a knee. And
Sam Purdue's 34-yard field goal would push the Warren Warriors to 10 points on the scoreboard, and Blackwell's run 42 would make it 42-7 after yet another successful Parsons PAT. So the Bobcats defense comes up pretty opportunistic tonight. Just turnover after turnover. Five of them on the night. So six actually. Now I think that you mention it.
After that lost fumble, and the Warren Warriors won't even run another play here. So your final score tonight is 42-10 in favor of the Cambridge Bobcats. They improve to 5-3 on the season, and will take on the Marietta Tigers next Friday night. And the Warren Warriors drop to 3-5 on the season, heads to New Philadelphia to take on the Quakers next Friday night, and what will be another big test for the Warren Warriors.
Yeah, New Philly always a tough challenge, and well, senior night didn't go how you wanted it to, but 2 more games left in the campaign, and 2 more chances to get back in the win column, and to send these seniors out on a good note. Obviously next week a tough one, and then a short road trip to Marietta in the final week. So a couple more exciting weeks of Warren football left, and for the Cambridge Bobcats, 5-3 now. You would think they have to be right in the thick of the playoff race. And of course, tune in tomorrow morning. We're going to take a look into everything with. Well, I know Chris will be there. Every week we say Tom will be there with us in the morning, and I've been burnt on it before, so.
I know.
So he may be there. We hope he's there hanging out talking high school football with us, but catch the wrap-up show tomorrow morning. And Andy Rex, it's, at least we're going to get out of here fairly dry.
The wrap-up show, of course, will be on WMOA and Jaws Country, not here on ESPN Radio tomorrow morning, because we'll be in the midst of West Virginia University football pregame coverage that begins at 8:30 a.m. for a noon kickoff.
The 4-hour countdown to kickoff.
So that will put a wrap on things tonight here for us. As of course, one more piece of business is we need to name a Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game. Kettle One Teamwear at 313 Green Street in Marietta, the best in team uniform, screen printing, embroidery. Give them a call, 740-373-7969. And I think that the only really logical choice is probably Caden Kenworthy of the Cambridge Bobcats.
Exactly my thoughts. And Kenworthy, his 3 first-half touchdowns propelled them out to a big lead, and they never looked back. So yeah, his performance on the night up 150 yards, 3 scores, and 1 victory for the visiting Bobcats.
So Caden Kenworthy, our Kettle One Teamwear Player of the Game for tonight's game, and so that'll wrap things up for us tonight here from Warriors Stadium. Your final score, once again, it was the Cambridge Bobcats 42, the Warren Warriors 10.
Thanks to Derek and Kyle back in the studio for all of their help from our